the Action News 5 digital desk. We'll be back in the next 60 seconds to kick off all of that action. We'll see you then.
Hey, welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There, of course, are tons of toys available for this holiday season, and parents, according to all these various studies out there, are going to be a little more discerning with their budgets this year. But toys, of course, remain a top priority. In fact, 69% of parents plan to cut costs elsewhere to ensure their kids have the top toys for the holidays. Let's bring in Jennifer Lynch. She is a toy trends expert and specialist to talk about some of those toys that are going to be hot trends this holiday season. Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you. So I see you have a very active and vibrant table there. Let's hear it.
Yeah, so let's get started by taking a look at a great option for preschoolers. So many preschoolers very familiar with Spidey and his amazing friends. This is a track set that's going to bring that action of the show to life for fans. So this is the Mega Jump HQ track set from Jazzwares. And this is a 39-inch dual track set. It comes with two exclusive vehicle toys from the Amazing Metals line. We've got Spidey's web crawlers. We've got Spin's Techno Racer. You could send them racing through the web tunnels on this racetrack, ending with two very unique exits. Also great about this is there's the web quarters on top. Lots of pretend play built into this one.
Fantastic. What
And
else you got?
over here we've got another great option. This one is perfect for Transformers fans. So this is the Transformers 1 Power Flip Optimus Prime Orion Pax action figure. This is from Hasbro, and it's bringing to life Optimus Prime's storyline, his heroic journey in the Transformers 1 movie. It's got 4 different transformations to it, really great and engaging. It's got lights, sounds, phrases built in to also bring the character to life for fans.
Very cool. Okay, keep it going.
Yeah. So again, a lot of parents are also sometimes looking for those educational options, those options that might sneak in a little bit of learning along the way. This is a really great option for doing that. This is the Lego Gravity Drop. This one is from Klutz. This is for ages 8 and up, and it combines Legos with paper crafts in a really unique way. Kids can actually build 5 different games using the Lego pieces and the paper craft elements to create really customized, unique gaming experiences that also incorporate a little hands-on physics, perfect for those budding engineers. Also, if you're looking to spark a love of reading, check out Booksies. This is a brand new collectible line from PMI Kids. This is for ages 3 and up. and it's going to, again, spark that love of reading. So it just looks like these cute little collectible characters, but they actually pop open, and hidden inside are little miniature books that kids can actually read based off of the characters that they come with. From the worlds of PMI's Monster Tales, we've got characters from Paw Patrol. We've also got characters from Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So really something that's going to inspire that also imaginative play. So kids can play with these figures based off of the books that come with them. So really, again, engaging kids in that way. And then last up over here, if you are looking to encourage a little action play, I'll get them kids up and moving. This new one from Play-Doh, from Hasbro, really accomplishes that. So this is the Play-Doh Pizza Delivery Scooter. So this one is encouraging kids to use the scooter as a kid-powered ride-on, so they can scoot around the house, but they can also make and deliver their own pretend pizzas with it. So with this, there's an oven built into the back that's going to pop open. Kids can create their own little pizzas. They can use the play phone that comes with it. They can take their orders from their family members and their other customers, and then they can pop their pizzas into their delivery scooter, ride it off, and they can beep the horn to let their customers know that their orders are ready. It comes with 10 compounds. There's 16 different accessories with it, and lots of storage, which as a parent, I know parents are going to appreciate.
All right, Jennifer Lynch, just going through all of it there. Is there a place online where we could see some of these?
Yeah, you could head over to thegeniusofplay.org for more info on all these items.
Jennifer Lynch, thank you.
All right, the time now is 7:07. We have more holiday coverage coming up for you. You definitely want to stick with us throughout the morning. Plus, first alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis, he's here with us at the Action News 5 digital desk. He's coming up in the next 60 seconds.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Friday morning. A little different, obviously. Usually we do this in the Weather Center, but we're going to do this here from the digital desk here this morning. Let's talk a little bit about the weather situation here this morning. That's a live look outside from our High 5 camera. That is coming from the Clark Tower out in East Memphis. A beautiful start to the morning across the Mid-South. So that's good news. We're starting off pretty good across the area. So that's something that we will continue with. Temperatures are in the 30s this morning. This is actually the chilliest morning that we've seen so far here in the city of Memphis since March the 19th. 36 degrees officially at the airport, 37 Olive Branch, 34 Ashland, Corinth, and Covington at this hour. So definitely some chilly air in place today. High temperatures will top out in the lower 50s. Some spots may struggle to get out of the upper 40s, though, as we go through the course of the day. Maybe a couple passing clouds, but most spots will likely stay dry. You got 20s and 30s when you wake up early tomorrow morning. Now, keep in mind, it's going to be a very chilly day today. A chilly night tonight. The skies clear out. The winds go mostly calm, but you do notice that they turn more southerly. That may help to bolster up a couple spots here as we head into tomorrow morning. But again, 20s and low 30s expected across much of the area here in the city of Memphis. We'll go with temperatures that will likely be closer to about 35, 36 degrees if you live in Collierville or in Bartlett or Arlington, Millington. I think we're like 33, 34 degrees when we get going early tomorrow morning. So here's a look at our first alert, because while we will have a chilly start to your day tomorrow, get ready for the warm-up, rapid warm-up on the way for the weekend. It's not going to be all weekend long, though, because it's still going to be chilly during the afternoon hours of your Saturday. High temperatures will top out in the upper 50s, low 60s expected by the afternoon hours of Sunday, and we top out in the upper 60s for the afternoon is all said and done. Another first alert to you, shaky holiday travel as rain chances become a little bit more prevalent as we head through the mid-portion of the week. So let's take a look at our first alert futurecast. This is start off on Monday. And again, you'll notice temperatures in the 50s. We're starting off with some sunshine. It's not a bad looking day to start off. If you got plans to be out and about, of course, maybe you got to still go to work on Monday, you're in decent shape. It's the afternoon chances for rain that will start to roll through the area. That's a frontal boundary dropping in. Ahead of that, low 70s expected during the afternoon hours. We should get most of that rain out of here in time for the morning commute on Tuesday. If you got plans to be out and about on Tuesday, I think you're going to be in decent shape. If you got plans getting to the airport, you got to get on the roadways. I think we're in decent shape there as we go through your Tuesday. So good news there. If you got a plan on a day to go, it's going to be Tuesday. It's going to be the best day. Then beyond that, that's when things get a little bit more murky. At least Wednesday morning will be dry. Okay, we'll start off there, but the end of the day turns a little wet, and the modeling is trending wetter and wetter for Thanksgiving Thursday. That's a look at Thursday morning, 7 a.m. Maybe it's a local jaunt to Grandma's house for Thanksgiving. Yeah, you might be dealing with some rain showers across the area, and it may continue for a good chunk of the day. So right now we'll have the rain chance of 40%. And the reason why I have it at 40%, not 60% right now, is because there's still a lot of uncertainty in that part of the forecast. This is just one computer model, the European model, that's suggesting this heavy bout of rain. But we're starting to see some indication that the GFS is starting to come around to the same solution. Everything's starting to come better in line. It takes a little time here to kind of get into it. You know, we talk about how we kind of gave you a first alert to the potential of a system somewhere in this time frame between Tuesday and the Thursday. We talked about that all week long, and now it's starting to lean a little bit more so like late Wednesday night into Thursday. So that's where we're at right now with things, and hopefully we can get it in and out of here a little quicker, but again, still impacts for the travel season and still impacts for Thanksgiving itself. Of course, we want to say weatherware anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store, in the Apple App Store. There's your 10-day forecast. And again, today we'll go with high temperatures that will top out generally in the 50s today. We'll go with lows down to the 30s tonight. If you're heading out to the Whitehaven Christmas Parade, the Memphis Christmas Parade in Whitehaven, okay, looking pretty good for that. Temperatures will be in the upper 40s as that kicks off going down Elvis Presley Boulevard on Saturday morning. 47 degrees. Winds will be calm, light southwesterly wind developing by the afternoon hours. And as we mentioned, again, when it comes down to it, you look at that forecast, that rapid warm-up, we go from the very chilly air, frost potential here tonight, early tomorrow morning before we transition into the upper 60s on Sunday, Monday to the low 70s. A pretty aggressive southwesterly breeze will come in here as well. We'll have southwest winds about 10 to 20 miles per hour both Sunday and Monday before that front comes sweeping through there. Again, that's front number one. The next one comes rolling through here again as we head towards Wednesday and Thursday, giving you some indication that it could be a little wetter for your Thanksgiving holiday travel, not just late Wednesday, but also going into Thursday as well. And then behind that, Egg Bowl Friday.
Howdy-toddy.
Okay, not too much over here. All right, Egg Bowl Friday and Black Friday, we're talking highs only near 50 degrees. So if you're heading down to the Grove for the game, just be prepared for that chill. We're talking a substantial cool down, and even more so than what we're dealing with right now. Highs will be in the 40s next weekend. And not only do we have that, but also, a little bit of even colder temperatures. We're talking 20s and 30s for overnight low temperatures. So while it's pretty chilly right now, get ready. The end of the month of November is looking a little cooler. Taylor Tucker, you come over here because I don't know how to hit the. It's like I hit the button over here. But we'll take you to break here, and we'll be back with more of the interviews. Hey, it's Taylor Tucker. Nice to see you here. It's like I do all this in the Weather Center, and now we got to do it over here today. And there's Ariana Poindexter too. It's the whole gang. And just so you know, today we did something a little different. All right, come back over here. Yeah. So we all wore our team colors today. Now, Andrew's obviously off today, but
Shout out to my navy blue. They can't see that.
Yeah,
from
the
here,
navy
but
blue
yeah.
is on today for her Ole Miss Rebels going up against Andrews Florida Gators, and my Mississippi State Bulldogs going up against the Tigers of Mizzou. I will be at that game tomorrow, and hopefully my Bulldogs don't
God bless.
don't disappoint me. All right, we'll be back here on Action News 5, the digital desk here in just a couple of minutes, and of course Taylor Tucker taking over from here on out.
Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Tech gifts for the holiday season. That has become a mainstay in my house and so many others. They're more popular than ever. They bring a unique blend of practicality, entertainment, and innovation in our daily lives. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by tech and lifestyle expert Stephanie Humphrey. She is here to give us more insight to some of those gadgets this holiday season. And Stephanie, it looks like you got some right there on the desk. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
So let's start off with some of the best ones you got.
All right, so this season we have a lot of amazing tech products that actually blend functionality with style, and that makes them perfect for anybody on your list. Now, for the smartphone lovers out there, the Motorola Razr Plus is a standout, and what makes this phone unique is its large, intelligent external display, which is the biggest in the industry, that provides quick access to messages and notifications, even hands-free selfies without even having to open the phone. And if you're looking for a more affordable option, you can check out the Razr, which gives you that same stylish flip design and large external display for a lower price. But both phones feature a luxurious vegan leather finish and a range of stylish color options like midnight blue, hot pink, and spritz orange. Now, if you're looking to upgrade your laptop, I recommend the Lenovo Yoga Slim 7X and Acer Swift 14 AI, both powered by Qualcomm's Snapdragon X series. Two great choices. The Lenovo Yoga Slim 7X brings 45 trillion operations per second of on-device AI performance, adapting in real time to optimize workflows and extend productivity, making it perfect for anything you have to do on the go that's creative. Meanwhile, the Swift 14 AI features peak performance with lightning-fast data speeds, delivering smooth multitasking for all of those demanding tasks. And both laptops also support lightning-fast Wi-Fi 7 and Qualcomm Fast Connect 7800, which keeps everybody seamlessly connected.
So Stephanie, these are great gifts, but a lot of people are on a strict budget. How can they afford stuff like this?
Well, staying on budget does not mean you have to compromise on great gifts, and Affirm is here to help. It lets you pay over time with no hidden fees or late charges, so you can take control of your finances while still picking up the best tech gifts. Whether you're looking at a gaming console, some headphones, a laptop, Affirm will let you spread those payments out at retailers like Amazon and Samsung, and you just download the Affirm app to get started or select Affirm at checkout at thousands of participating retailers.
Anything else we can touch on before we let you go on some of these tech gadgets this holiday season?
Absolutely. For anybody who loves the outdoors or maybe travels a lot, I have two great recommendations. And the first is the Jackery Explorer 1000 V2 portable power station. And this one's going to be perfect for celebrating those outdoor parties with family and friends during the holidays. It's compact and lightweight, only weighs about 20 pounds, and it features a foldable handle to make it easy to store and transport, so you free up some space for your other tailgating essentials. Plus, it can also power multiple devices, everything from from grills and coolers to TVs and speakers, and that makes it ideal for festive outdoor setups. And on Black Friday, the Jackery Explorer 1000 will be available on Amazon for just $399. Now, if you're in need of some extra storage space for all of those photos and videos you'll be taking this holiday season, a solid state drive should definitely be at the top of your list. And this Samsung portable SSD T7 Shield is an awesome choice because all you have to do is plug it into your phone, laptop, or PC to instantly enjoy up to 4 terabytes of storage. And you can transfer all of your files between the SSD and your device in a matter of seconds. The T7 Shield is IP65 rated for water and dust resistance and can withstand drops from nearly 10 feet. Plus, it's super compact. You can fit it easily into your pocket, your backpack, your purse, and that makes the T7 Shield a great companion for your next holiday getaway.
Yeah, T7, that's a lot of space there for all those videos and pictures. Stephanie, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. And counterfeit goods, boy, they are a problem all year long, but especially during the holiday season. And we're talking about everything: household products, virtual learning items, health products. And that means that this time of year is in a busy time for crooks out there. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this issue that really affects all of us right now. I'm joined right now on the digital desk by Tom Quadman. He's Executive Vice President of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. So, Tom, tell us how this affects everyday consumers and how big of a problem is this? Good morning.
Morning, Andrew, and thanks for allowing me to be on with you. And it is a big problem. I mean, you did a good job sort of scoping it out, but let me drill down on it a little bit more. If you can make something, you can fake it too, right? So I know you talked about a few goods there, but think too this holiday season, electronics and toys that you're buying for children, right? They could be counterfeit as well, and they could be defective, right? Because they don't go through safety protocols or anything like that. And unfortunately, people have been harmed by using counterfeit goods. Also, at the same time, counterfeits cost every American $1,500 a year, and they also suck 300,000 jobs out of the economy as well. So it can harm your family, it can harm your loved ones, but it also harms everyone around you as well.
Right. So just to kind of dial down on it a little bit, Tom, these are goods that are purported to be, the legit stuff that they see, but yet these are like knockoffs, made and manufactured in a different country that are nowhere near the original product. Is that right?
That's exactly right. And in fact, we work very closely with law enforcement, particularly with Customs and Border Protection, where we exchange information, we cooperate with investigations, we try to keep the goods from coming into the country. We also work with local law enforcement as well to help understand what's going on and targeting bad actors also. But it's also important for consumers to understand what they're faced with. So we're actually working with CBP right now on this Shop Smart campaign in order to educate consumers this holiday season for how they can protect themselves and their family as well.
So let's talk a little bit more about that, Tom. You said CBP. What is that? And are there businesses and law enforcement associated with this crackdown?
Yeah, so Customs and Border Protection, right? They take a look at everything that comes into the country. So we work with them in terms of understanding what criminals are doing, targeting counterfeiters, stopping the goods from coming in, identifying them, and stopping them from coming in. But we also realize too, right? They're homegrown varieties, counterfeits. Some do get in anyway. So one of the things that we are doing is if you go on the U.S. Chamber website, so uschamber.com/shop smart. We've got some tips in there for how consumers can protect themselves, identify counterfeits, and secure their data. And if they do buy a counterfeit, what they should do with that.
Can you give us maybe a tip or two on how U.S. consumers can
Yeah.
protect themselves?
Sure. So some of these are very simple, but trust your instincts. If a deal is too good to be true, it is going to be too good to be true. Remember that. Two, excuse me, pay attention to detail, right? So if the packaging looks off, you got some mistakes in spelling or whatever, those are red flags. You want to protect your data, but if you're paying for something, you also want to make sure you're using a secure website and payment system. So when you're on a website and you see the HTTPS, the S actually stands for secure payment. If that S isn't there, that's a problem. And the other thing to think about as well, people often think of counterfeit goods or whatever, being a victimless crime. It's not, because as I was saying, if kids can get hurt with defective electronics and toys, but the money that criminals get from these enterprises, they actually use elsewhere. So there's not a victimless crime here at all.
When someone gets a fake product, or at least what they think is a fake product, how do they report it? What do they do?
Yeah, so there's really two things to do, right? And first off, people should just understand it happens to everybody. So there's no reason to be ashamed or anything like that. If you've bought a counterfeit or something that you think is you suspect to be counterfeit, number one, contact your police department or local consumer affairs department. The police, you may be giving the police a tip on an investigation they have, and you're going to help out there. The other thing I would ask too is if you can also go on the website of one of our federal government partners, iprcenter.gov. They're one of the partners we work with in order to keep counterfeit goods from entering the country. They have a little report icon on their website. Just go on there, click on that, provide the information there, because that information is important for the active.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. We are always looking for healthy ways to eat, diet and exercise, live our life so that we can have an optimal, healthy way of life. And certainly we want to find the best foods for fall so that we can enjoy the fall colors, the fall temperatures, the atmosphere, the football, the games, what have you. Let's bring in a clinical dietitian with Methodist Le Bonheur Hospital. I'm joined right now by Lindsay Acree, a clinical dietitian with Methodist in Olive Branch. Lindsay, good morning to you. So where do we start when it comes to eating the best and the healthiest foods this fall? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you? When it comes to starting and, trying to decide how to eat healthy, when to start, fall is a great time to do that. Fall foods are packed with many health benefits. They're vibrant in color, sweet, savory, and are packed with essential vitamins and minerals. So getting started, I would first recommend just familiarize yourself with these fall foods. There are so many options. There are beets, apples, bell peppers, broccoli, cauliflower. The list is pretty lengthy and it can go on. Just familiarize yourself with this so when you are grocery shopping, you know, okay, this is what to look for. This is what you should be purchasing. Once you have your seasonal foods in mind that you're wanting to try, I would recommend, searching for a new recipe. Trying these seasonal foods with the new recipe offers many new flavors, textures, and ingredients that you may not have tried before. Just remember to start simple, then become more adventurous.
I like that. I like that idea. And, that's always a good thing to have throughout the year. Just lots of colors on your plate, lots of fruits and vegetables. Tell me about your favorite in-season produce and maybe ways to incorporate that into meals and just have a healthy dinner tonight.
Yeah, so two of my favorite in-season fall produce would have to be sweet potatoes and spinach. Spinach is one of those food items that you can sneak it in. You can really add it to a lot of different foods. So, for example, you could put it in your eggs, omelets, smoothies, soups, stews. You can add it with your meatballs, your meatloaves, and even pasta dishes. Again, this is something that can really be added in most dishes. Also, sweet potatoes, they're great to pair with a lot of main dishes. They're great for roasting, baking, air frying, and even again, throw it into those soups and stews that you may not normally think about.
That sounds fantastic. Okay, so let's talk about the benefits of eating some of these seasonal foods. I know that people like certain things all around the year, but there are some benefits to eating foods that are in season, right?
Yes, there are many benefits for eating in season. It can help promote healthy blood sugar, help stabilize and get your cholesterol within a normal range, help lower your blood pressure, also can help with digestion, lower your risk of heart disease and stroke, and fight some inflammation. And again, all these vitamins and all of these fruits and vegetables, have many vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants in them. But the thing here is with these foods is you want to have variety in your foods, and you also want to have variety in color, like how you had mentioned earlier. The different in colors indicates the vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants that are present in the food. So color is the really important piece here, is we want to have a big variety in that.
I totally get it. Okay, let's talk about oils because I know that, just based upon what I hear and what I've seen, in various studies, olive oil and avocado oil seem to be some of the better oils out there. Am I right or wrong? And what else would you put in the good column when it comes to oils to cook with and eat with?
Yeah, so you're definitely spot on. Olive oil, avocado oil, and also vegetable oil. They're all great oils to use. You can use them for sauteing, grilling, roasting, baking, pan frying. They also, not only they taste good, but they have general health benefits. They're full of healthy fats, which again help lower that cholesterol and all of your bad fats that you could be consuming. And then they have that anti-inflammatory effects. So all in all, those are great choices to use when cooking.
Fantastic. Okay, one of the things that I have found that's beneficial to me and to my daughter, for example, is away at college, is meal prepping. Got any tips for those of us who like meal prepping?
So yeah, meal prepping, some people love it and then some people are not for it. Main thing when it comes to meal prepping is it can be very tedious and your meals can actually be kind of boring because you're eating the same thing. So fall is a great time to introduce these, foods that you may not normally try and introduce those new recipes. Because again, you're gonna, be exposed to new flavors and textures and ingredients, and it can make these, more boring style meals that you may have been consuming, and it's something new. And it will make you more excited and overall not dread that meal prep day. Also, you could pull out your crock pots, Instapots, and air fryers to help with the ease of your preparation for meal prep.
Yes, I love it. I have both, and I also love air fryers too. I mean, they make things a lot easier to cook with too. Pretty healthy as well. Anything else you'd like to mention, Lindsay, that we haven't talked about? Best ways to eat fall foods, best ways to maintain that health through the fall season and winter months. Anything you got? Go for it.
I do have, this is the perfect time to get outside. The cooler weather is finally here and hopefully to stay. So it's a great time to get outside and do some physical activity, whether it's walking or biking, hiking, whatever it is. Not only is it important for us to be regular with our activity, we also need to make sure we're staying hydrated in this time, getting adequate sleep, and managing our stress, because all of these factors, in addition to what we eat, is how we maintain our health.
Okay, Lindsay Acree, dietitian with Methodist Olive Branch. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Very informative to all of us and the thousands of people who watch each and every morning here. Thank you. Back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. I want to talk a little bit about food expiration dates. They can be really confusing when you think about it. I mean, you see best by, used by, sell by, all these different things. So what do all of them mean, and when should we not buy those, and when it's perhaps okay to buy it? I'm joined right now by our friend on the Action News 5 digital desk, Quinay Johnson. She's a clinical dietitian at Regional One Health, and she's back with us. Quinay, nice to see you again. Let's talk about this issue. Does it come up often in your practice?
It does not come up often because I do acute care, so people are really worried about the trauma experiences that they're going through now. But in passing with family and friends, this conversation is brought up.
I bet. So is there a certain rule, or maybe there's several rules that, like guidelines, just to follow when it comes to looking at the label, specifically expiration dates? Let's hear it.
Yes, so I did a little research before we had our conversation today, and food labeling can be confusing because there is no standard language for it, and it's up to the facilities or the companies that produce products to be transparent and put use by dates on them. But in terms of laws, there's only one law that encompasses the regulation of use by dates, and that's specifically catered towards infant formula. Everything else is up to discretion.
Okay, so off the top, I was talking about best by dates, use by dates, sell by dates. What's the difference here? I kind of get like best by and sell by. Maybe that's the same thing, but is there a way to just kind of decode it all?
So Best Buy and sell by, they are used all three of them actually are used interchangeably, used by, sell by, and Best Buy. Sell by is usually used by the distributor, so your local grocery store, they use sell by to make sure that they're keeping things on stock while it's at peak. So usually the people that are doing inventory and stock for the product on the shelf, once they see that sell by has passed, they're supposed to remove it off the shelf. Or sometimes they'll give you a discount because it's still technically safe to eat, but it's not at its peak. Sell by, I just went over sell by. Use by and Best Buy Use by is usually the date that's most correlative with if it's best to eat or not. And again, going back to the infant formula, when it has use by, you should not use. Infant formula past its use by date because it's backed by law, but everything else is basically used to determine if it's at its best quality. So you could still buy the product and it may be safe, but the best bet that you can, the best rule that you can abide by is if it smells good, looks good, and tastes good. If something doesn't look right, I say discretion by not picking that item up.
Okay, all right. Yes, it's it's so confusing. I mean, just hearing your response, it's like, okay, I got to write it down exactly which one is which. What about canned goods? I know that sometimes canned goods, have that expiration date, but a lot of times canned goods look the same either before or after that expiration date. How should we decipher that?
Yes, senses are your best friend. Taste, smell, sight, appearance, and texture. So with canned goods, of course, it's in a can, so you can't really taste it before you take it off the shelf. But things to look for with canned goods are any damage to the casing, or if it looks like it's been expanded. If you see those things, I would caution to not pick it off the shelf. And with the dates that are on the can, it is again in relation to its best quality. So if it has a date on the can that's past due, usually canned goods are still safe months to years after the expiration date.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And I guess what's the most important thing if you were to say, okay, this is the number one thing you need to know when it comes to expiration labels, just overreaching, regardless, no matter what we're talking about. You got to remember this one rule. What would you say it is?
Excuse me, we're having some technical difficulties. I cannot hear.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear now.
Okay, good, good. I was just saying, if there was a far-reaching overall rule, like the golden rule when it comes to expiration labels on food, is there one label or is there one rule that just it trumps everything else?
So that one rule is the use by date. And again, that's only with infant formula. If the use by date on infant formula is passed, do not use it because babies are one of the immunocompromised of our population. And there's a list of people who qualify as immunocompromised or people that have impaired immune systems. When it comes to dates, they're not as reliable. The biggest thing that you can use are your senses. So your sight, your smell, your taste, and I believe there's one other sense that you can use. Yes, sight, smell, taste, or feel. So if you have the ability to use those senses to your advantage, use them because they usually never lead you astray.
Yeah, no question. One final thing, I've heard this before, just want to double check with you. If you have like over-the-counter medication like Tylenol, Advil, that sort of thing, if it's past expiration, that just means it's a lower strength and it's okay to have, right?
That is not my specialty, but I can agree with you that usually once it hits that date that you see on the case, then it is a lower strength than what it was before.
That's right. You're a dietitian. You're not, I got you. I got you. Out of the realm. Anything else? Final thoughts before we let you go, Quine?
Yes, so the FDA is one of the websites that provides a lot of information in regards to food safety. And one of the most confusing thing about these terms are that they can be used interchangeably and that there's no law to basically regulate how people talk about these topics. So when you're concerned about expiration dates, the term that's used is food product dating, and food labeling is actually used for nutrition facts labels. and they're very close because they're in the same realm, but it can get confusing really fast. So if you want to do further research, the FDA is a great resource, and specifically the USDA of the FDA, which is the U.S. Department of Agriculture, has information. And if you want to get even more specific, the Food Safety and Inspection Services, which is FSIS, that is the entity that handles all those topics.
She is clinical dietitian with Regional One Health, Quinay Johnson, joining us on the digital desk once again. Quinay, appreciate the info. Thank you so much for spelling it out for us and really just kind of letting us know how confusing it can be and where to go to get the right information. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. You all have a great day.
Okay, you do. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. We are about to enter. In fact, many of us have already entered the holiday season, and there are so many great ways to celebrate the holiday season here in Memphis and the Mid-South. You can go to the Memphis Zoo, you can go to Shelby Farms, and you can go to the Memphis Botanic Garden. They have holiday wonders, always a favorite for so many across the Mid-South. Let's bring in Gina Harris. She is with Memphis Botanic Garden, Director of Education and Events there. I love your earrings, Gina. The holiday spirit certainly is in full effect there, isn't it? Good morning.
Yeah, I put these on special for y'all today. So we've been celebrating the holidays here at the garden for quite a while now. You know, trying to light up 96 acres is a big job, but we're getting ready for everybody. Can't wait.
Okay, all right. So holiday wonders, always a mainstay for so many people here. They love going out there. They love seeing the 96 acres all dressed up for the holiday season. What can people expect this year?
Well, this year we're coming back bigger and brighter than ever. We have all of the things that everybody loves. Our snowy nights in my big backyard where the magic snowfall's happening and the entire children's garden is lit with fun colors and things to enjoy. We've got our Under the Stars Lounge, which is in our rose garden. That'll have our large tree. And this year, right outside of the rose garden, we have our new tropical glass house, and that is like a jewel box when those colors start coming through. So that's going to be a lot of fun for the families to be able to sip on your hot chocolate or cider while you're sitting in the rose garden and enjoying the colorful light show that's happening over to the side of you. We've got our Merry Memories area, actually sponsored by WMC. And the Merry Memories area is going to be just those Instagram worthy photos. So we'll have sleighs. We've got a disco ball snowman this year, neon ornaments, all kinds of areas where you can get your photos made, and then keep on strolling through down our big twinkle tunnel and onto our interactive play area where we're calling it reindeer games. We've got stomp lights. If you came last year, the kids got to change the light colors as they ran across these fun lights, and we've expanded that area. We doubled the size of that space because the kids loved it so much. So all of that, and then on the weekends, we'll have food trucks here. So just tons of fun for everybody, and we're going to have 20 nights of this.
That sounds amazing. I love it. There's so many different things. So many people can find something in some place in Memphis Botanic Garden to enjoy and take pictures. As you mentioned, certainly Merry Memories, something that WMC sponsors. We love that. If you're describing holiday wonders to someone who's never been, what's the best way to do that?
It's just a neat way to immerse yourself in the holiday season. It's lit up. You get to be outside. So, Memphis, there's nights during this season where it's not too cold outside. So we're all out there running around. Hopefully it's not going to be raining like it's starting to do now. But, you get to come out here and enjoy the season. And on the cold nights, we've got heaters set up. We've got, we'll have fire pits on the last 3 nights. So after Christmas, when you're done with all that fun, but you still want to do some more stuff with your family and just kind of relax, you can come out. We're having what we're calling Afterglow on the 26th, 27th, and 28th. And that'll be special where you get to come and sit around the fire pits, roast some s'mores, just kind of sit around and talk about all the fun you had throughout the season.
That sounds amazing. So let's talk now about tickets, how people can get those tickets, how much do they cost for members, non-members, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so tickets are on sale now. You go through our website at membg.org, and these are timed entry tickets. So this way you get to decide when you want to come, go ahead and grab those tickets. Those early time slots sell out fast. Those are great for the little kids. Get here before dinner and then go out and have a meal. So those are going to be online, and the tickets are 15 for non-members, 15 for members, 17 for non-members. And if you wait on the day of, the ticket prices do increase. So it's best to go ahead and grab those tickets early. If we have something happening now where we have a rain out, then we'll end up refunding those tickets. You can transfer it to another night.
When does everything begin?
We're going to be opening up the day after Thanksgiving. So if you want to do that Black Friday shopping, get that done, and then come and enjoy the lights and the fun. The big guy will be here on the day after Thanksgiving. Santa's coming down from the North Pole. He'll be here for that night. Then he's also here on Sundays. And then we've got tons of specialty nights throughout the season where we'll even have some of our 901 friends here on the 18th. So you can come and see some of our 901 friends like Grizz and Pouncer, things like that. And then there's other specialty nights that a lot of people are familiar with, our Snow Queens. We're having Let It Glow, Jingle Jammies, where we're going to be reading stories and doing some fun songs with a new musician that's coming and going to be here for us this year.
That sounds awesome. I love it. I love it. Anything else we can mention about Holiday Wonders this year before we let you go, Gina?
Yeah, no, like I said, we just hope everybody goes ahead, grab your tickets now so you can grab that. We've got some other events coming up. Our holiday night that's going to be on the 5th. So it's going to be after Holiday Wonders opens, but that's kind of our 21 and plus night. You'll get to enjoy Holiday Wonders, but it's also got some other special activities and things. So if you want to come as a couple, you can come to that. But yeah, grab those tickets, and we hope to see you here.
All right, Gina Harris and membg.org for all the information, including tickets. Gina, we appreciate your time on the digital desk, and have fun this holiday season. Thank you.
All right.
It's Haywood here at the Kroger location in Arlington, Tennessee. The new Kroger location. Listen, it's still time for you to come on out. Those boxes are empty right now. But listen, we still have time for you to come on out and drop off any donations. I'm not sure right now if they're taking any clothing donations, but any food donations, non-perishables, please bring them. Right now I have Miss Nicole with me with the Mid-South Food Bank. Tell me, why are partnerships like this so important?
Partnerships like this are so important because it's really easy for us to get food and money into our warehouse and get it right back out. With Kroger, of course, we have an amazing partnership with them. Not only do they provide funds, they also provide food through their sustainability program that we have through them, and partnerships with WMC. Those funds coming in, $1 equals 4 meals. We're able to stretch your dollar like nobody's business and make those purchases to get them right back out.
What do partnerships like this mean for the organizations involved as well as the community?
So for our partner agencies, we have over 200 of those. They're able to come into our warehouse, maybe shop or shop for pallets or whatever it is they need to do those mobile distributions or those brick and mortar pantries. So that's kind of what it means to us. And of course, for the community, they're able to get free food. So of course, when you go through those mobile pantries or those brick and mortar pantries, we do not require any cost. All you have to do is sign a form and we'll give you about 40 pounds of food for your family.
Last question, how can someone give after the holidays?
Of course, our website, midsouthfoodbank.org. You can go on there and click donate. Again, $1 equals 4 meals. I cannot say that enough, but we also rely a lot on our volunteers to come into the warehouse and pack a lot of those food donations that we get, sort and pack. And of course, everyone has a really good time. So of course, midsouthfoodbank.org is where you can go.
Nicole, thank you so much for joining us. And again, if you're watching, you have all day long to come drop off your food donations. Again, Tavarius Haywood, Action News 5.
Taylor, good morning. We're here at Kroger off Union Avenue. Folks are already going inside getting their essentials, and this is somewhere where you can stop and make a donation to the Action News 5 food drive. We are, of course, partnering again this year with Kroger and the Mid-South Food Bank, and the goal is really to help families in need all across the Mid-South. Now, an unfortunate fact is that about a third of all households across the Mid-South, they deal with food insecurity, so that means they don't know where their next meal is coming from, and that is why this food drive is so important, especially this holiday season. So some things you'll want to know about the Mid-South Food Bank: they give out 4 million meals a month to 31 counties all across our area. They store all of that in a 200,000 square foot facility, helping distribute the food to families who need it really across all the cities in the Mid-South. They don't do this alone, though. There is help with hundreds of community partners. They are able to make this happen. And the agencies, they offer more than food. You know, we heard from organizers and leaders with the Mid-South Food Bank earlier this morning, and they talked about having clothing closets to help people with essentials that they may need, as well as diapers for children, diapers for senior citizens. There's also the feminine hygiene products they provide, really any other assistance that folks might need, including bills. So any donation that you make, especially a monetary donation, it is going to help people in this community. They're a major resource right here across the Mid-South. So what can you do? How can you help today? So stop by any Kroger location across the Mid-South, make a monetary donation. We say this all the time, but $1 can really distribute 4 meals. So that money stretches, so no amount that you donate is too small. If you can't come to a Kroger location, we make it easy for you. There's a QR code on our website. You can use that, actionnews5.com, and give back in any way. And our goal is to truly impact lives all across the Mid-South this holiday season. I'm here in Midtown. Sydney Gray, back to you.
All right, you are taking a live look outside at 7:58. Thanks so much for sticking with the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have so much to chat about today. We're talking about holiday travel. We're speaking with our friends at La Prensa Latina, and we have an opportunity to hear about free smoke detectors. That's all coming up on the Action News 5 Food Digital Desk. Be sure to stay with us. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The time now is 8 o'clock on the dot, taking you outside this morning. A live look at Midtown. 36 degrees, and as Patrick Ellis has been mentioning all morning, not a bad idea to grab that coat because it's a chilly one. Again, I'm Taylor Tucker. I'm in for Andrew Douglas. We're talking about the holidays, and of course, with the holidays comes traveling. Yes, it's travel season, and it's one of the busiest times of the year, and I know it can be a headache whether you're traveling in the skies, headed to the airport where it's always crowded, or hitting the roadways, and we know the interstate system can get crowded as well, but we're going to help you get throughout the entire travel season and talk about ways and tips to make it less stressful. So joining us this morning is Lisa Niver. She's a travel expert. Hello, how are you?
Hi, it's so great to be on with you. Thank you so much.
No, thanks so much for stopping by the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Obviously, this is a very important topic, so I don't even know where we should start here. Where should we start when we're talking about holiday travel?
Well, one of the things Welch's Fruit Snacks did a recent survey, and 6 in 10 parents said that travel is the most stressful part of the holiday season, especially with small children. So 64% of parents say keeping their kids entertained is the most demanding aspect, followed by temper tantrums and, of course, trying to find the bathroom. Also, parents are so tired of hearing, "Are we there yet?" So to help, Welch's is doing something so great. It's called Welch's Fruit Side Assistance. So on the busiest travel day of the year, November 26th, there's going to be free fruit side assistance, and it's going to have everything to help you on your road travel: coloring activities, games, cozy blanket, a phone charger, and my favorite, the fruit-shaped squishy toy. So, of course, they'll also have these amazing fruit snacks. So you'll be able to find them on I-95 between New York and Boston, the 5 freeway between LA and San Francisco, and Interstate 55 between Chicago and St. Louis. So travelers who need fruit side assistance can look for Welch's on social media to find out exactly where to find the location on November 26th.
Oh, I love this. And you said St. Louis, so that's just right up the road for us in Memphis. We just go right up I-55 and travel there. But I see you have several different flavors. Can you kind of break down what I'm seeing on your table right now?
Yes, so we have different things. We have the fruit and yogurt, and we also have these juiceafuls. So there's so many different kinds of Welch's, and one of the best things about the fruit snacks is they're so easy to toss in your backpack or the car cup holder. You don't need to refrigerate them. They're great for children and, of course, adults too. And you can really feel good about it because they use whole fruit. So it's a snack that everybody can eat. Another great travel tip is to try and play games, especially in the car, like I Spy. And you can never go wrong with coloring or audiobooks to keep your kids and whoever's not driving entertained.
Heavy on whoever is not driving. So we're talking about so many tips here. Obviously, a great snack that's both healthy and it's flavorful. Obviously, I love it. I believe, is that cherry in front of you? What flavor is the red box there?
The red box is strawberry, actually.
Strawberry. Gotcha.
But,
okay, even better.
Yeah, even better. But it's so important. I know for me, having good snacks with me helps me feel so much happier when I arrive, and especially traveling with children to prevent temper tantrums. It's so easy to take these snacks because they're individually wrapped, they're mess-free, they're crumb-free, they won't be all over your car or plane seat. So with travel, it's always good not to arrive hangry. You need to have your favorite snack, and you can feel so good about it because, like we said, it's made with real fruit.
Absolutely. So staying entertained and having a great snack that is also healthy. Lisa, was there any other advice that you wanted to share with us today on the Action News 5 Digital Desk that I didn't ask you about?
Well, I think one of the most important things I always tell people to use the travel F word, which is, of course, flexible. We need to have a good attitude when we're traveling. We need to stay hydrated. We need to eat our snacks. And then remember to really travel with kindness that, we might be traveling for the holidays, but all the people that are helping us get where we're going, they're working on the holidays. And just remembering to be kind is so important.
Great advice, Lisa. I know we mentioned a lot, and for the thousands who watch us every morning, they're probably packing now and getting ready to travel for the holidays. But where can they go to find more information about this very important topic?
Welch'sFruitSnacks.com is the best place to go, and I hope that everybody has a happy and healthy holiday season.
All right, that's Lisa Niver, a travel expert. Thanks so much for stopping by the Action News 5 digital desk. We look forward to chatting with you again. We'll see you. All right,
Thank
guys,
you so much.
taking you outside this morning, a live look at I-55 light traffic. I guess we're trying to inch out of the rush hour traffic. We have so much more happening here on the Action News 5 digital desk. Be sure to stay with us. We'll be right back in the next 60 seconds.
The Action News 5 digital desk. Chest pain versus heartburn. Sometimes you might feel a pain in your chest and you might think it's heartburn, or is it something more? Could it be a heart attack? Could it be something else? Let's discuss this right now with Dr. Anna Yang. She is a physician at Regional One Health. Appreciate you joining us once again on the digital desk, Dr. Yang. So what's the first thing we should do when we have chest pain and we want to figure out whether maybe it's just heartburn and maybe it's something a little more serious? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks again for having me. So chest pain, what a big topic. Chest pain, there's a whole lot of things that can cause chest pain. So a lot of us, when we think of chest pain, we automatically think of heart attacks. And that is definitely a big cause of chest pain, and an important one that we definitely don't want to miss. But there are a lot of other causes of chest pain. So heartburn, like you mentioned, is one of the causes. But there's a lot of other things too. Even just, a muscle strain on the chest wall or inflammation of the cartilage on the chest wall can cause chest pain. In addition to heartburn, other conditions of the esophagus, like an ulcer in your stomach or esophagus, inflammation of your lining of the esophagus, or even lung conditions like infections of the lung or fluid on the lung, or abnormal heart rhythms, or even a blood clot in the lungs, or a tear in the major vessel of your chest. There are a lot of things that can cause chest pain. Even stress and panic attacks alone, when there's nothing actually physically wrong in the chest, even just having stress can cause you to feel like you're having chest pain. So chest pain is definitely a huge topic and something that can be very concerning, and it's got a whole range of things, from really bad to not so concerning. So the first thing to do, if you're concerned, is to definitely go see your doctor. So if this is your first time and the chest pain is definitely concerning and worrisome, and especially if you have got risk factors for heart disease or lung conditions, potentially the emergency room is where to go to make sure this isn't something serious. Your doctor there can do a whole lot of different tests, ranging from blood tests to imaging like x-rays or CAT scans. They can do an EKG to check the electrical activity of your heart. But if it's not one of those major concerning things, there are a lot of other factors that can cause chest pain too. So things like heartburn, which kind of are more associated with food, and it feels more like a burning pain in your chest, can be treated by your doctor and potentially by a gastrointestinal specialist too, if your regular doctor or primary care doctor is having difficulty managing your symptoms with just antacids and some basic medication and dietary changes and lifestyle changes.
Dr. Yang, don't take this the wrong way, but the last thing I want to do is go to the emergency room. I want to try and figure it out at home. And, if, if we're sitting at home, perhaps watching TV, or we're in bed reading a book, and you get that heart pain or you get that chest pain, is there ways that we can figure out what we have at home? Is there maybe some things that we can do to say, okay, this is serious, or maybe this isn't as serious as I thought?
So that can be really tough and really tricky because sometimes, your classic chest pain from a heart attack or a heart condition or a lung condition can be tough to identify. So some of your classic, chest pain coming from your heart symptoms include maybe you have an abnormal heart rhythm with it, or your heart beats, racing or flipping beats, or something's wrong with it. Usually chest pain associated with your heart is what we call exertional, which means it happens when you're walking or climbing stairs or running or doing something to exert yourself. And usually people with heart type of chest pain also have risk factors. So maybe you've got longstanding high blood pressure or diabetes or high cholesterol or other things that put you at, or smoking or other things that put you at risk for increased likelihood of heart conditions. If you can remember back to, a specific exercise, or you lifted something wrong and, this is muscle pain in your chest that every time you move a certain way or stretch your chest wall, your arm or something, it reproduces the pain, that's more likely to be muscle pain. Or just, an inflammation in your chest wall as opposed to something deeper inside of your chest. And then, like I said, heartburn is more associated with certain foods and triggers. So, if you just ate, an orange or a lot of tomato sauce with your pizza or something, and this is a trigger for your heartburn or reflux, then that's more likely to be it. But again, if you are concerned and if you can't tell, especially if this is your first time with this pain, it's new, it's different, potentially it's severe, just go get yourself checked out. Because if it is a heart attack or, something more concerning, it's not something you want to wait on.
Right. Is there other advice you give to some Mid-Southerners right now? I mean, it's, with regards to this, because I don't know, like, for example, watching the Alabama-Georgia game, it was intense. It was all over the place. A lot of people get excited about, their sports teams and different things that are happening. And sometimes that can lead to, your heart or your chest feeling a little bit out of sorts. And the last thing you want to do is go to the emergency room if you don't have to. What advice can we give to people so they can, kind of self-diagnose a little bit?
So self-diagnosis is always hard, especially when we've got resources like Google search and, WebMD and all sorts of sources out there. And the more we Google search, sometimes, all of our symptoms are there, and it scares us more than it needs to sometimes. But yes, you're definitely right. Emotional stress, excitement, activity, any of those things can trigger, chest pain and discomfort in your chest area. So if that happens and it is associated with one of these, if it's kind of like a sharp pain that goes away quickly and is gone, it is most likely nothing. However, again, it is really, really hard sometimes to tell the difference. If it's persistent, not going away, severe, and especially if you have risk factors for concerning things, make sure you get checked out. Some other things, some of your other symptoms can provide clues too. So if you're also having difficulty breathing, if you're having nausea or vomiting with it, if you're, when you have your chest pain, you get all sweaty all of a sudden or feel cold and clammy, all those things can also point to what your chest pain cause could be. For example, if you're having chest pain and you've got shortness of breath and cough with it and runny nose and fever and maybe sore throat, then, the chest pain that you're having may just be a cold. or, potentially worst case, if your symptoms are more severe, potentially pneumonia or some sort of infection. But again, there are just so many different causes of chest pain. It's definitely hard to go over all of them in the short time that we have here. But the main thing is, if you are concerned and things are not normal, things are not going away, the chest pain that you're having doesn't really make sense with the circumstances, or you have risk factors for potentially severe, conditions, make sure you get checked out.
That's good advice. I also agree with you. Sometimes if you go to WebMD or you go to Google and you put in some of the symptoms you're having, it goes to the worst possible situation. Like, oh my gosh, you have terminal cancer. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, I'm just trying to figure out what's wrong with my cough that I'm having. Anyway, is there a place, Dr. Yang, where we could go that Regional One Health perhaps has, where we can get, just kind of some clear ideas of chest pain, heartburn versus something a little bit more serious?
So the best resource, I'm going to say, is always going to be your doctor. Now, if you need immediate care, then go to the emergency room. Potentially, if you're uncertain and want some advice, you can call your regular doctor's office and ask them questions. But always going to your regular doctor for regular checkups and asking them any questions is where you're going to get your most reliable resources. Now, there is some good information online. There are some good websites out there that are reliable and aren't just, alarmist and way too general to be useful. But some of them are just, potentially even inaccurate out there. So always make sure, you go to your doctor to ask these questions. They can also, if you're going regularly, make sure they're screening you for risk factors and things like that, that you can potentially catch and control and improve to decrease your chances of this chest pain that you might have in the future being something severe or life-threatening or, one of those major things.
Okay, Dr. Anna Yang, we appreciate the time always on the digital desk. Thanks so much for stopping by. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. With cold and flu season upon us once again, it's so important to make sure we are protected as possible from some of these respiratory viruses that will no doubt wreak havoc on many people this year. Let's bring in someone to talk about it. I believe I'm joined now by Dr. Deanna Tran. She is a clinical pharmacist. She is also a trainer for the American Pharmacists Association, and she is getting all mic'd up. Dr. Deanna Tran, can you hear me right now? You are live on the Action News 5 digital desk with I believe, some information about vaccines and what to expect this cold and flu season. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's hear it. What's the latest?
So I would recommend that you get your seasonal flu and COVID-19 vaccines. So those are our yearly seasonal vaccines. And if you have not already gotten your RSV or respiratory syncytial virus vaccine, you would also be recommended to get that one as well.
How does somebody know what vaccines they should get or should not get? Because there's a lot of people that, as we're coming out of the pandemic and COVID. There's some people that are steadfast. We're not getting a COVID shot. There's no more of that. But there's other vaccines that they could do with cold and flu season. So how do people know which vaccines to get?
That is a great question. So I would recommend that you talk with your local pharmacist. Actually, about 85% of vaccines across the nation are given by someone in the pharmacy. So I would recommend talking with them so that way they know your specific conditions and what vaccines are best recommended for you. And you hit on something that's really important that I also want to add is that, it is sometimes because of all these seasonal vaccines and specifically with COVID-19, we can get really frustrated or tired of all these different vaccines that are recommended for you. And they're good. They're good to keep you safe and protected. So I kind of think of it like an update, right? So we get updates on our phone all the time, and I never hesitate hitting that button to update the security on my phone. And that's the same thing here with getting your vaccines. You want to protect yourself against viruses and stay up to date. So it's really important to make sure you get those vaccines, especially our yearly respiratory vaccines.
What about populations considered high risk? What are those populations, and should those people make vaccines a priority?
Yes, absolutely. Those people, including those with heart and lung conditions, so specifically like COPD or asthma, as well as those who are immunocompromised, so those who have cancer, for example, or those who are taking medications where they are more susceptible to illnesses, those specific individuals, I would highly encourage them to get their vaccines because they are more susceptible to illnesses. So it's really important to stay protected because all vaccines, the most important thing they do is to, in case you get exposed to some of these illnesses, it will reduce the severity of the illness, so you'll get less symptoms and hopefully help you stay out of the hospital.
Where can patients go for more information? Just perusing various vaccines, availabilities, high risk, that sort of thing.
I would actually recommend going back to your local pharmacist. October is also American Pharmacist Month. So it's a great time to get a connection, relationship with your local pharmacists, who are those trusted resources and experts to get your vaccines, and also to help answer your medication-related problems.
Okay, Dr. Deanna Tran, a clinical pharmacist and also a trainer for the American Pharmacists Association. We appreciate your time. Thank you. Morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. As we know, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and chances are you or a family member or a friend have been affected by breast cancer. 1 in 8 women in the U.S. will be diagnosed with breast cancer. This year alone, in 2024, over 310,000 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer. The good news is if it's caught early, it can be cured. Let's bring in surgical oncologist Dr. Ashley Hendricks with Regional One Health to talk about the latest when it comes to breast cancer. Dr. Hendricks, thanks for joining us on the Digital Desk. Let's talk about who is most at risk for developing the disease. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me today. This is a topic obviously near and dear to my heart because this is what I do every day. I would tell you first off, the people who are born with ovaries are patients that are women have the strongest risk factor for breast cancer. And then the second piece to that would be those patients who are our genetic mutation carriers. And so outside of the 1 in 8 women, there are multiple genetic mutations that can increase your risk 2 times, 3 times, 4 times that risk factor.
Wow. Okay. So Tell me about family history, genetic testing. Would you recommend someone get genetic testing? I know that, BRCA1, BRCA2, those are something that, a few years ago were pretty hot when it came to trying to find early, early cases of the disease.
Absolutely. BRCA1 and BRCA2 are the most common. We can thank that to Angelina Jolie as a very public statement came out about her disease. And she was actually on Time magazine because of it. And as it turns out, that was almost 10 years ago, which seems like yesterday, but it was quite a long time ago. But there's more than just BRCA1 and 2 these days. My panels that I started with 10 years ago were just a few genes, and now we're 88. And so what we know, and there are varying risks associated with each of those genes, and you have to be specific with each patient about what applies to them. The first step is genetic screening, actually, not just genetic testing. And so that's a complex visit with a genetics provider that goes through your entire family history. So not just your mom and dad, but your mom and dad, your mom and dad's sisters, brothers. You go to your cousins on those sides, your grandparents, your great grandparents, as well as your siblings and even your children in some cases. With that, then you look at the pedigree. The National Cancer Institute, the National Cancer Consortium Network, the NCCN, actually has a very specific guideline for who gets tested based on breast cancer. And there are other genes associated with other cancers, so not just breast. So they do have recommendations for all of those. And then you test based on your criteria.
So let me ask you this, because you just mentioned family history. Is it more on your father's side, on your mother's side when it comes to breast cancer?
It's actually equal. So whether it be from mom's side or dad's side, you have an equal risk associated with those.
Okay, good to know. What about breast cancer by race and ethnic background?
So what I will tell you is that our African American patients are more likely to be diagnosed at younger ages than our other race patients. When it comes to who's most common to have breast cancer, it's white women just above Black women, but typically at older ages. If you look at risk of death from cancer, actually, unfortunately, Black women are more likely to die from breast cancer than any other race. And that's something that's particularly important here in Memphis, as we are a predominantly Black city, is to pay attention to that and to really focus research on that to see why is that and how can we impact it.
We've been talking about how early detection is critical in helping beat cancer. Can you set the record straight on when women should have their first mammogram and how often they should have them?
I do recognize there's a lot of conflicting things out about when you should start. I will tell you that the most common recommendation, and the one that I follow, is that women should start getting mammograms at 40, and you should do it annually. The most important thing about a mammogram is actually a change. And so that's why we want you to get it not just every 5 years, not just every 3 years, but every year, because oftentimes it's the slight differences that we see. Breast naturally will become less dense over time, so things are easier to see over time. But when you're young, women's breasts are more dense, and so it's important to start early. There is some recommendation that actually Black women should start younger at age 35, but there is no national recommendation to that. For patients who have a genetic mutation, that specific recommendation is based on some of your family history, but as well as specifically to the mutation you have.
We have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the digital desk. Doctor, if there is anything else that you want people to remember about breast cancer, what would it be?
The most important thing to know is that if your breast cancer is caught early, and what I mean by early is it's just in your breast and has not spread to your lymph nodes, your 5-year survival is 99.6%.
Okay.
So please,
that's great.
Please get your mammogram and please get your screening.
Is there a place online where people can look and just kind of, peruse facts and figures about breast cancer, early detection, mammograms, that sort of thing?
There are plenty of places. I will tell you the one that I consider the most complete and the most thorough is either going to be cancer.org, or it's going to be the National Institutes of Health.
Okay, Dr. Ashley Hendricks, Regional One Health oncologist. We appreciate your time on the digital desk and spelling it out in very easy to understand terms. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Concussions, boy, they happen every day. In fact, 5 million people go to the emergency department for a traumatic brain injury. And if left untreated, concussions can lead to serious long-term health effects. They can happen to anyone, and 14 million people ages 65 and over fall each year from common accidents that could lead to discussion. So let's talk a little bit more about this topic with a couple of people that are joining us on the digital desk. Chris Devlantes is a practicing ER physician, senior medical director at Abbott's Point of Care Diagnostic Business, and Catherine Cameron, senior director at the National Council on Aging, joining us on the digital desk. So good morning to you both. Let's talk about some of the most important signs and symptoms that everybody should recognize when it comes to concussions. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew.
Doctor, let's begin with you.
So thanks, because concussions are a really important topic. As you mentioned, we see them in the emergency room about every 15 minutes. There'll be a concussion that occurs in the U.S. And the signs and symptoms vary. Everyone thinks of these as sports-related injuries, but actually more than half of them happen from simple falls. The signs vary depending on the type of injury. It can be delayed. It can be headaches, trouble with your vision, trouble with concentration, insomnia, vomiting, dizziness, all kinds of symptoms. Some of these happen right away. Sometimes they happen later after they had the injury occur. So it's really important to recognize the signs and symptoms and to seek medical attention right away.
Catherine, over to you. A lot of people think of concussions. They think of athletes. They think young people. But concussions often happen to older adults. Tell me more about some of the issues and the problems when it comes to people maybe over the age of 60, 65 and concussions.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, falls actually are the leading cause of injuries among people over the age of 65. And about 1 in 4 older adults will experience a fall every year, and about 20% of those will have some type of serious and life-threatening injury like a concussion. And concussions really impact the quality of life for older adults. In fact, recent data shows that people over the age of 75 have the highest rates and numbers of hospitalizations and deaths associated with concussions. So it's a very serious circumstance for many older adults. They can result in a stroke, mental health changes, memory changes, cognitive changes. So our message is, take falls very seriously. Falls are not a normal part of aging. And we know that there are many things that we can do to prevent falls. And we can talk a lot about what those things are in just a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. But Chris, I want to go back over to you and talk specifically about maybe those signs and symptoms that people should watch for every day if they think perhaps the possibility of a concussion.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, the signs and symptoms are really important to watch for, and sometimes they come on right away, sometimes they come on later. The important thing to do is remember to go get checked out. Headaches can be ongoing. 17% of people that suffer concussion are unemployed a year after their brain injury. So these things are not insignificant. It's important to recognize if you're not feeling right, if you're not acting right, if you're having trouble with your memory, trouble with your balance, vomiting, sometimes depression, fatigue. The symptoms are variable and they're very vague, so a lot of people brush it off and don't get checked. And we see this a lot in the common, public. General falls. It's not the Titans fan, or it's not the player on the field that comes into my emergency room that we're seeing for concussions as often as it is the public. It's the Titans fan in the living room tripping over the rug on their way to the kitchen to get a snack during the commercial break, or people tailgating out in the parking lot. So remember to get checked out. The symptoms may happen right away. They may come on later, but be evaluated in the emergency department. If you're not sure, get it checked out.
Catherine, let's talk about maybe resources and steps that we can all take to make sure that our loved one who's a little bit older has a decrease in the chances of falling in our home and in our area.
Yeah, there are so many things that older adults and their caregivers can do to prevent a fall. We really feel that older adults have the power to prevent a fall. And we believe there are six, sort of simple steps that people can start with to reduce that risk for falling. The first is to have a conversation with your doctor about falls. And because doctors can actually assess that risk and provide recommendations on things that can happen to reduce that risk. Next is to get good exercise that includes strength building, improving balance and flexibility. Those are three really important things that we all need to do to reduce our risk for falls. Also, making our homes as safe as possible. Most falls actually happen in the home, and there are simple things that we can do, like improving lighting, making sure that our homes are clutter-free, removing those trip hazards like cords and rugs, things like that, and installing grab bars in our bathrooms because bathrooms have hard surfaces, and that's where we see a lot of concussions actually happen. I'm a pharmacist, and I recommend every older adult get their medications reviewed at least once a year because side effects of medications can increase the risk for falling. We also recommend vision and hearing checks every year. And in addition, ask for help from family members, friends, because there are many things that people can do to help you, like making some of those changes in the home that I talked about.
Okay, finally, I leave it open to both of you. Any lasting recommendations, ideas, tips that we haven't talked about that you guys would like to say right now?
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, it's really important to remember to get checked out. And as Kathy mentioned, there are people that are higher at risk, especially in the older population who are on blood thinners. Many times we have to do a CAT scan to make sure there's no serious injury to the brain, bleeding in the brain, bleeding around the brain. Don't delay care. We now even have a blood test available in many emergency rooms where we can actually determine whether a CAT scan is even needed, because the majority of the time the CAT scan is normal, but there's still a brain injury that's occurred. So my take-home message is, when in doubt, check it out.
In addition, there are a couple of great resources available for older adults. One is concussionawarenessnow.org to learn about concussions. In addition, the National Council on Aging has a lot of resources on falls prevention, including the Falls Free Checkup, which is a simple 13-question survey that you can take to learn about your personal risk for falls. And you can find that at ncoa.org/falls.
Chris and Catherine, appreciate your time on a very important discussion here on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
We have Justin Greiner, a pharmacist at Regional One Health. He's going to break it all down for us this morning. Good morning to you, Justin. Can you hear me?
Good morning. I can.
Great. Thanks so much for stopping by the digital desk. I have a list of questions here, but let's just jump right into it. What are some important things we need to remember when it comes to taking medication?
So the most important thing is to take your medication regularly and as scheduled and as prescribed. We have a lot of folks with chronic diseases that we have medications that can treat and manage those diseases and really reduce negative outcomes, but you have to actually take your medicine and take it on a regular basis. And I know there are a lot of barriers to that sometimes, but usually those are things if we talk through them, we can overcome them. So that's the most important thing.
Mm-hmm. And I know you mentioned taking it routinely and having a schedule. What happens? Are there any consequences if you don't take it like at a set time at like 9 o'clock every morning? Is that a good thing or is it a bad thing?
Well, it really depends on the medication itself. You know, there are over 20,000 prescription medications that are approved by the FDA. So, which is mind-boggling, the number of medications that are out there. So they do so many different things. It's hard to make a completely blanket statement. Most medications, if you take it normally at say 8 a.m. and you take it at 10 a.m., totally fine. It doesn't matter. But, there are cases where it is important. There's medication for thyroid called Synthroid or levothyroxine, where you would prefer to take it before breakfast. So it is important, or take it before you eat any food. So it is important for some medications to be very strict on how you take them. But most, if you're an hour or two off, it's not going to make that much difference. The most important thing is that you actually take the medication.
Oh, thanks for breaking that down for us. That's good to know. Also, when it comes to taking medication, and even when we're talking about pills here, I grew up on this mentality that I need to take it with water. What you suggest, is there a certain drink? What's the best thing to drink when you're taking pills?
Well, the way you were brought up to take it with water is 100% right. With a handful of exceptions for very specific medications that should be thoroughly explained to you when you're getting those medications, both from your prescriber and from your pharmacist. Almost all medications are best taken with water. There are different reasons. And again, if you every once in a while take it with a soda or with a coffee or something, if you do that very occasionally, it probably doesn't matter. But any medication that you take can interact with, say, soda. I love to drink a Diet Dr. Pepper, but I try not to take medication with it because it can change the way the medication breaks down in your stomach. The different components of your soda can interact with the medication depending on what the medication is. So it's almost always best to take it with water because it's not going to interact with the medications. When those medications were designed, they were studied, and we have data on taking them with water, and that's how they're supposed to be broken down. So I would 100% recommend water.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with water. And is it okay to, I know you mentioned earlier about with certain medications, I know it depends on what you're taking, but some you want to have breakfast before taking it. What about taking medicine right before you lay down to go to bed? Is that good? Would you recommend that?
Generally, that's not ideal. There's some different reasons. One is that probably the most important is that medication can actually get stuck in your esophagus. That's also a reason that it's important to take it with a glass of water. Medication. So medications, if they get stuck in your esophagus, if you lie down, that can maybe exacerbate that because you don't have gravity helping pull that medication down toward your stomach as well as your body's natural process of pushing things down the esophagus. And so if medications get stuck in your esophagus, or especially if that happens repeatedly, it can actually cause erosions in your esophagus. So that's something you want to avoid. And so I wouldn't recommend taking it right before you lie down. Give yourself 30 minutes before you lie down, ideally, before taking your medications.
Justin, we have so many people who tune in each and every morning, and I'm pretty sure they're probably taking notes because this is great advice. But for some people, they take, several medications. They have several different pills that they need to take throughout the day. Can you take them all at once, or would you recommend spacing them out?
Again, that's a conversation that's probably best had with your pharmacist, your individual pharmacist who knows your medications. And that's why it's really nice if you can to get all of your medications from one place, one pharmacy. Often we have 4 or 5 different doctors treating different conditions, and so they may not be always aware of all the other medications you're taking, but your pharmacist is, especially if you're able to get all of your medications from one place. So it's best to really just sit down and have that conversation. Many times that is fine to take all of your medications together, but sometimes it's best to space them out just depending on the individual medications. They may reduce the absorption of other medications that you're taking, or they may actually either enhance or decrease the ability of other medications to work. So it's kind of hard to make a blanket statement. It's really best to look at that on an individual basis, and your pharmacist is a doctorally trained professional who is that's their job, is to help you sort through those sort of issues.
Well, let's kind of talk about, if you have a medication that you are no longer taking, how can you safely dispose it?
It depends on what the medication is. Ideally, we don't just we ideally don't flush medications down the toilet. That's something that was we have done in the past and have been advised to do in the past to dispose of them. But if we can, we'd prefer not to send them into the water supply. So there are some different options depending on your situation, how close you are to certain if you're in an outlying area and you don't have easy access to a pharmacy. Some pharmacies do have disposal / take back kind of programs that can help you dispose of medications. Otherwise, the recommendation would be to put it into a gallon jug, put your medication in there, put some kitty litter or coffee grounds, and just kind of mix those up really well, and then dispose of that in your trash in a way that an animal or a child or even another adult wouldn't be tempted to take that medication. Because even a medication that is not like say a dangerous opioid, it may be a blood pressure medicine, but if someone finds that, especially a child, and takes it, it could be very dangerous. So we just want to make sure that it's something that does not get into the hands of another person.
Absolutely. And speaking of medicine just getting in the hands of certain people, we all know that medication is expensive. It can be expensive. What advice do you have to those who cannot afford the medication that they need?
So that's a very common situation, and it's as you may be able to tell, I'm very passionate about the role of the pharmacist, and getting to know your pharmacist is an invaluable way to help take control over your own healthcare. And speaking to your pharmacist or your provider, your physician or nurse practitioner or PA, you can talk to any of those folks about this, but your pharmacist is really well positioned to say, your doctor prescribed this medication that under your insurance is $200 a month, but there's another medication that's in the same class that works almost identically, that is going to give you the same bang for your buck as far as how well the medication works, but under your insurance it's only $5 a month, and they can help you find alternatives. There are manufacturers programs that for medications that are very expensive and that may not be covered by insurance, that they can help you to locate and to take advantage of. Also, sometimes at our pharmacy at Regional One, we have at our outpatient pharmacy, we're sometimes able to identify patients who don't have insurance, who actually do qualify for insurance, and that can be a game changer in helping them not just with their medications, but also in finding a provider to care for their health care.
This is some great information, Justin. Before we wrap things up, I know you could probably go on and on about this. As you mentioned, you are passionate. I can hear it in your voice. But what is the main takeaway from this conversation we're having today that you want our viewers at home to take away from this conversation?
I guess I would go back to what I started with, in that we live in in the 21st century. We have so many options now that we didn't have just, say, 20 or 30 years ago to treat a range of illnesses, both chronic and acute, some illnesses that we would just have to sort of write off as untreatable. We now have treatments for. It's almost miraculous. But if you don't take your medication, or for whatever reason, then it's not going to help you. So if you're prescribed medication, I would urge you and encourage you to take it on a regular basis. If there's some reason that you're not able to, if it causes you to feel bad, to have an upset stomach, or to be constipated, or it just doesn't agree with you for some reason, have that conversation with your pharmacist or your provider, and figure out what we can do. A lot of times we can help alleviate those issues either by changing to another similar medication or whatnot. But the medication can't help you if you don't take it. And again, there are lots of reasons you may not be able to, and often being able to afford them is a major issue. But as we've said, there are options out there that may help you to be able to afford those medications that are, they may not, some medications save your life immediately, like an EpiPen. Some extend your life and your health over many years, such as anti-diabetes medicines. So it is crucial, for you to understand as much as you can about your medications and why you should take them. And your pharmacist is an absolute great resource to have those conversations with, and gain a deeper understanding of the medications that you take.
Alrighty, that was Justin Griner with Regional One Health. This has been so informative. Thanks so much for stopping by the Action News 5 digital desk. We look forward to chatting with you again in the future.
Thank you. Great to talk to you.
Absolutely. We'll see you.
The Action News 5 digital desk. Support groups are so important for so many families out there, for caregivers out there. Anytime there's a medical emergency, it's so valuable to have that kind of support that you need to go through any kind of difficult period. Let's bring in Cammie Hughes. She is a registered nurse. She's also the stroke coordinator at St. Francis Bartlett, and she has more information on the stroke support group. Cammie, good morning to you. So tell me first off how important it is to have a support group, especially when it comes to strokes. Good morning.
Good morning. It's really important to have the support group because people that have had strokes, it's nice when they know that there's people that have some of the same issues they've had, or if there's challenges that they're going through, there's people that they can talk to about it to try to work through those challenges that are also regular everyday people and not just doctors and nurses and healthcare professionals.
So tell me, are there other support groups in addition to strokes?
There are support groups out there for people that have had heart attacks throughout the city. There's diabetes support groups. But the stroke one is the one that we're starting this next month here at St. Francis.
Gotcha. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about some of the biggest risk factors when it comes to people having strokes. My understanding is Memphis and the Mid-South, when it comes to stroke risks, we're one of the highest areas that have a stroke risk. Is that right?
We are. We are in a very high risk area. Part of it is because of the diet for the Southerners, a lot of fried foods, fatty foods, things like that. So high blood pressure, diabetes, high cholesterol, all are affected by diet and exercise. So therefore, those are the three big risk factors for stroke and heart attack, actually.
And my understanding also is that stroke is the 5th leading cause of death in the U.S. And every year, I guess nearly 800 Americans are going to have some sort of stroke. So what do you say to Memphis and the Mid-South? Is this a kind of a warning sign right now to say, hey, listen, you need to upgrade your diet, eat better, exercise, get enough sleep, that sort of thing?
Yes, absolutely. So about, like you said, 800,000 people a year will suffer a stroke, and out of those, 1 in 4 will be a second stroke. So once you've had a stroke, you're higher risk for a second. And the biggest thing to do is prevent. 80% of strokes are preventable or treatable. And so if you think you're having a stroke, obviously getting to the closest emergency room would be a high priority. And the stroke signs and symptoms, the easiest way to remember it is the word be fast. B is for balance. E is for eyes, so vision changes, double vision, loss of vision. F, face, so facial drooping. A would be arm weakness or numbness, and then S would be speech. So if you have a change in speech or anyone that you are with has that change, you want to call 911 as soon as possible and get them to the emergency room.
Got it. It's so valuable that's such a great acronym. Be fast. What are the biggest misconceptions when it comes to stroke, when it comes to diet and exercise, ways to improve your health? I mean, are there some myths that you hear when patients come in and you tell them, hey, look, you got to improve this or else you could be susceptible to a heart attack or a stroke, and you got to deal with these myths?
Well, I think that for some people, they feel like they've been eating this way their whole life, and this is the first time they've had a problem, so they feel like it's not as big a deal, so they don't have to change. But it's always important. We need to eat healthier. We need to eat fresh foods and vegetables, staying away from the fatty foods, the fried foods, and definitely work to maintain some sort of activity, even if it's just 10 minutes a day.
Okay, and I understand that St. Francis has a free tool assessment when it comes to someone's risk for a stroke. And we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the digital desk. Let's hear about that and perhaps ways that people can get involved in the support group as well.
So just go to our website. It's stfrancishosp.com, SAINT, Francis, FRANCIS, HOSP, HOSP.com. And then it's /health assessments. And there's a way to get to this health assessment there. There's also under the event tab is a way to register for the stroke support group so that we'll know who's coming.
Gotcha. And what else can we say about the Bartlett Stroke Support Group out there?
Well, our goal is to do a lot of education about stroke, risk factors, what you can do to change your life. We will have a dietitian come and teach about healthy diet. We're going to have physical therapists, occupational therapists, speech therapists come to different meetings to also work with the people that come to the support group. We also plan to have a physician come and talk to the group. So we have lots of different things planned throughout this year and next year. So we're really excited about it.
How often does the support group meet?
We're going to start out meeting quarterly, and then depending on how it goes, who knows, we may increase it in the year 2026. But for 2025 right now, it's going to be the third Tuesday of every quarter.
Okay. All right. Anything else before we let you go, Cammie?
No, the first meeting is November the 12th. So that is the first one. So I would love for people to sign up to come. And like I said, just reminding people to go to the St. Francis website and go to the events tab to register.
All right. Cammie Hughes, registered nurse at St. Francis Bartlett, also the stroke coordinator there, the support group. I appreciate your time on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Cammie. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Thursday morning. Of course, that first alert to that wintry chill that we've been talking about the last couple of days. We won't get the core of the coldest air, but we're definitely going to get a nudge of it as we go through the next 24 to 48 hours across the Mid-South. Of course, the coldest air staying off to the east and north of us, and even some snowflakes potentially flying across portions of East Tennessee. So maybe you're heading out towards the Smokies. You might see some snow-covered caps there on the eastern side of the state. Nothing to worry about here in the Mid-South. The closest that we'll get to snow here this week, some frost across the Mid-South. Temperatures on our way up into the middle 50s here today, but a very aggressive north and northwesterly winds going to develop as we go through the course of the day. And I think that the gusts are going to be pretty aggressive as well. Some gusts upwards of 30 to 40 miles per hour possible, especially the next couple of hours as we go as a front moves into the area. It's a dry front. It's a reinforcing shot of the colder air, but you will definitely notice that difference, and it will continue all the way through the early afternoon hours, starting to taper off as we head past sunset this evening. And by that point in time, we'll start to see some improvements in that department on the wind front, not adding too much insult to injury, but that will also play into the ultimate conditions that we will see for tonight. So far this season, we have not dropped below 40 degrees here in the city of Memphis. I think the next couple of nights will be far below that, especially as we get into early Saturday morning. Bolivar's dropped down to 32, 34 in Oxford, 36 Wynne, 38 in Dyersburg, 40 in Clarksdale. All these numbers likely will be shaved off an additional 2 or 3 degrees as we head into the next couple of nights across the region. When you look at the lows tonight, it will be highly predicated on that wind direction and that wind speed. If it drops below 5 miles per hour, we will decouple the atmosphere, meaning that the temperatures will come down all the way down to almost the dew point. And the dew points are in the upper 20s and low 30s at this point. So there is a strong possibility if the winds go completely calm tonight, we could have everybody get down close to freezing by early tomorrow morning, maybe with the exception of inside the 240 and 40 loop. You go outside, you go towards Collierville, Germantown, Cordova, Eads, heading up towards Bartlett, Lakeland, Arlington, Millington. These areas likely will be closer to numbers like Covington and Somerville. maybe a degree or two warmer, but needless to say, you guys will likely have frost on your windshields tomorrow morning. In the city of Memphis, it will be a close shave. I would just go ahead and venture to say, be cautious on that. If you have any tender vegetation, you might want to bring in the plants tonight to make sure, and also the next couple of nights, to be honest. As we go through the next couple of nights, the chilly air is definitely going to be placed, and I think especially Saturday morning, I think that's going to be our best chance for seeing a widespread frost and potentially even a light freeze in some instances. Tomorrow, highs will top out in the lower to middle 50s across the region. We'll go 52 here in the city, mainly sunny skies and northwesterly wind, obviously not as aggressive as today, northwesterly around 5 to 10 miles per hour. But overall, again, a chilly brand of air that's going to be overhead, what I like to call deceptive sunshine. So again, frost likely in many locations across the Mid-South as we wake up early tomorrow morning, and then frost is likely in most locations again early Saturday morning, but the potential for a freeze also plays into this as well. So there will be some spots that will drop closer to freezing: Senatobia, Holly Springs, Somerville, Covington, Brownsville, Ripley, Tennessee, Ripley, Mississippi as well, Alamo up towards Dyersburg, close to those numbers. So again, it is likely that we will see our first widespread freeze, our first widespread frost in probably about a month's time. You got to go back to October to really see any chilly air that is even rivaling this, and even that wasn't as chilly as what we've seen here. Obviously only dropping down to 40 degrees here in the city of Memphis, and we will likely drop down to at least the mid-30s as we wake up early on Saturday morning. Now, the average first freeze of the season, typically here in the city of Memphis, is November 14th. Obviously, we're past that date. And when I'm looking at some of the data, we really have been moving like 2 or 3 weeks behind schedule on a lot of these quote-unquote firsts that are on average, meaning that, you know, we've been running maybe like 2 or 3 weeks behind schedule. So while we have November 14th as the average first, the latest is December 11th. I think sometime between now and December 11th, we're probably going to have a freeze, so it won't be the latest, but definitely a little bit more delayed than normal. Bolivar obviously has already seen theirs. We talked about how they have already dipped down to 32 degrees. Haven't gotten there in Oxford. You guys are running about 3 to 4 weeks behind schedule on a freeze down there in Oxford, Mississippi. Batesville, October 26th, November 13th for Helena, West Helena, November 9th in West Memphis. And when I was looking at data in West Memphis, you guys also have not dropped down to freezing just yet, too. So again, a lot of spots will probably have a chance for dropping down near freezing as we head through the next couple of nights here across the Mid-South, especially outside the city of Memphis. So be prepared for that. We've already talked about fire safety, fireplaces, space heaters, your central air and heating units. Make sure they're cleaned out. Make sure you're ready to go in these cold season temperatures. This is the first really big shot of cold air that's prolonged that we've seen in a while. So you may have been running the AC for a long period of time. Make sure that you've got all those things cleaned out and ready to go in the event of, the chill that is going to be obviously on the way, because it's not just in the short term. Longer term, we're also talking about more colder nights coming in our direction as we head towards the end of the month of November into early December. Stay up to date with the very latest anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Obviously, the winds are going to be the big story here today. Chilly air, temperatures in the 50s. We'll go mostly sunny for tomorrow. Highs in the low 50s after a morning start in the upper 30s. We will go mid-30s here in the city. And again, both these mornings will likely have lows in other locations outside the city of Memphis that will likely be in the lower 30s, closer to 30 in some instances. The winds will go calm, especially Friday night and Saturday. And I think that's where we're going to have our best chance for seeing widespread frost across the area. Upper 50s on Saturday, upper 60s. So there's a quick turnaround in temperatures coming up Sunday into Monday. Upper 60s near 70, but we're adding in some rain chances. And as we've been mentioning, there is a system somewhere out here next week, and it has been kind of honing in somewhere around Tuesday night into Wednesday or even into Thursday. Some of the modeling has really kind of jumped forward into Thursday with some opportunities for rain showers. Right now, our forecast, if you go on the First Alert Weather app, you look at it, 30% chance for rain, mostly cloudy skies, 56 the temperature. That could be a little bit more varied, just depending on how these systems come rolling through the area. It's looking a little bit more likely that we could have some rain showers on Monday that could dry out a bit on Tuesday, and then a resurgence of moisture coming in here Wednesday that could linger into Thursday. Hopefully it gets out of here during this time frame. But again, we've still been mentioning that the travel period next week will have at least some system somewhere nearby that will have impact. So whether you're going to be sticking around here in the Mid-South Mid-South, or you got plans going outside the Mid-South, maybe getting on a plane, you might have some implications associated with that. Friday, Egg Bowl, as well as the Black Friday deals. Mostly cloudy temperatures near the low 50s, and we go lower on the temperature side of things by Saturday. And that is going to be an even colder blast of air that will take us into the end of the month of November, into the beginning of December. So be prepared that while we are chilly right now, okay, and well below average the next couple of days, the quick ramp up in temperatures is going to turn around very quickly, and we're talking about below average temperatures as we round out the month of November into the beginning of December. Going ahead, looking at Saturday, the Whitehaven Christmas Parade. Big Christmas parade going down Elvis Presley Boulevard in the south side of Memphis. Looking pretty good. Again, frost is going to be an issue early in the morning, but other than that, sunshine wins out. Temperatures in the upper 40s at the kickoff time. 47 degrees at 10 o'clock in the morning, but if you're lining up Saturday morning, it will be chilly out there. At least we won't be adding insult to injury with the winds. 42 at 9, 11 a.m., 51 again on our way up to the upper 50s. The next day, upper 60s near 70 before the rain chances come in and have an implication for the travel season, as we mentioned, and even some opportunity for rain that could impact your Thanksgiving plans as well.
It's Haywood here at the Kroger location in Arlington, Tennessee. The new Kroger location. Listen, it's still time for you to come on out. Those boxes are empty right now, but listen, we still have time for you to come on out and drop off any donations. I'm not sure right now if they're taking any clothing donations, but any food donations, non-perishables, please bring them. Right now I have Miss Nicole with me with the Mid-South Food Bank. Tell me, why are partnerships like this so important?
Partnerships like this are so important because it's really easy for us to get food and money into our warehouse and get it right back out. With Kroger, of course, we have an amazing partnership with them. Not only do they provide funds, they also provide food through their sustainability program that we have through them, and partnerships with WMC. Those funds coming in, $1 equals 4 meals. We're able to stretch your dollar like nobody's business and make those purchases to get them right back out.
What do partnerships like this mean for the organizations involved as well as the community?
So for our partner agencies, we have over 200 of those. They're able to come into our warehouse, maybe shop or shop for pallets or whatever it is they need to do those mobile distributions or those brick and mortar pantries. So that's kind of what it means to us. And of course, for the community, they're able to get free food. So of course, when you go through those mobile pantries or those brick and mortar pantries, we do not require any cost. All you have to do is sign a form, and we'll give you about 40 pounds of food for your family.
Last question, how can someone give after the holidays?
Of course, our website, midsouthfoodbank.org. You can go on there and click donate. Again, $1 equals 4 meals. I cannot say that enough, but we also rely a lot on our volunteers to come into the warehouse and pack a lot of those food donations that we get, sort and pack. And of course, everyone has a really good time. So of course, midsouthfoodbank.org is where you can go.
Nicole, thank you so much for joining us. And again, if you're watching, you have all day long to come drop off your food donations. Again, Tavarius Haywood, Action News 5.
Taylor, good morning. We're here at Kroger off Union Avenue. Folks are already going inside getting their essentials, and this is somewhere where you can stop and make a donation to the Action News 5 food drive. We are, of course, partnering again this year with Kroger and the Mid-South Food Bank, and the goal is really to help families in need all across the Mid-South. Now, an unfortunate fact is that about a third of all households across the Mid-South, they deal with food insecurity, so that means they don't know where their next meal is coming from, and that is why this food drive is so important, especially this holiday season. So some things you'll want to know about the Mid-South Food Bank: they give out 4 million meals a month to 31 counties all across our area. They store all of that in a 200,000 square foot facility, helping distribute the food to families who need it really across all the cities in the Mid-South. They don't do this alone, though. There is help with hundreds of community partners. They are able to make this happen. And the agencies, they offer more than food. You know, we heard from organizers and leaders with the Mid-South Food Bank earlier this morning, and they talked about having clothing closets to help people with essentials that they may need, as well as diapers for children, diapers for senior citizens. There's also the feminine hygiene products they provide, really any other assistance that folks might need, including bills. So any donation that you make, especially a monetary donation, it is going to help people in this community. They're a major resource right here across the Mid-South. So what can you do? How can you help today? So stop by any Kroger location across the Mid-South, make a monetary donation. We say this all the time, but $1 can really distribute 4 meals. So that money stretches, so no amount that you donate is too small. If you can't come to a Kroger location, we make it easy for you. There's a QR code on our website. You can use that, actionnews5.com, and give back in any way. And our goal is to truly impact lives all across the Mid-South this holiday season. I'm here in Midtown. Sydney Gray, back to you.
Douglas, we are always trying to look for optimal mental health and looking for different ways, maybe different hacks, lifestyle changes, that sort of thing. Well, there is some new research out there that suggests that connecting with your spiritual side may be the answer to optimal health. Let's bring in someone to talk more about that aspect to it. I'm joined now by Renee Dillard. She is the Director of Community Behavioral Health for Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. Renee, good morning to you. So tell me more about spiritual well-being and that connection to optimal mental health. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. It's wonderful to be with you today, and I appreciate the opportunity for this good conversation. Especially over the past few years, during and coming through the COVID-19 pandemic, we find ourselves in a season where we can imagine that really every person we meet is dealing with something. I think that experience of the pandemic in many ways revealed some realities about our mental health and then exacerbated some symptoms related to mental health. One unexpected gift of that season is that while stigma is still present related to mental illness and mental health concerns, we are more open talking about it. And I think that includes within our faith communities as well. So while that stigma is still present, our faith communities are a wonderful place to have that conversation. And there is more and more awareness now that many of the religious life practices and spiritual practices that have been present really for millennia now are also good for our mental well-being too. Our religious life is a place where we are really grounded and anchored in some of our shared values. And when I say values, I really mean just focus on what is meaningful for us, what is most important, and what matters for us. And those spaces also help us keep moving in that direction towards what is meaningful and towards what matters the most.
So, Renee, I mean, here we are, we're smack dab in the middle of the Bible Belt, and there are plenty of people, I'm sure, saying right now, of course, yes. I mean, in order to find that optimal mental health, you need to have that spiritual side, and you need to make it a priority in order to find it. What does that look like exactly? And what kind of studies suggest that spirituality is the key to mental health?
One that was interesting that came out fairly recently was through the Fetzer Institute. And I'll preface this by saying that there is evidence that some of our religious membership, like in a church or a synagogue or mosque, may be waning for some of the organized religious paths that we've had to us. And yet that part of who we are is still alive and vibrant and well. This Fetzer Institute study came out in 2023, coming out of the pandemic, and revealed that 88% of Americans still practice at least one spiritual or religious practice at least one time per week. And you mentioned here in Memphis, we have a strong and vibrant faith community here. We see evidence of that often. And even the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, recognizes the preventive and proactive factors that are connected with religious and spiritual life, helping to bolster our mental health as well. In many ways, I think that comes for a couple of reasons. One, a lot of those practices are grounded in community and connection. And we also know of late, there's been a lot that's been reported and said about what's almost an epidemic of loneliness in our society. And faith communities are a place to dispel that loneliness. It's a place for us to connect and to support one another throughout life's highs and lows. And then the personal practices that are connected with spirituality and with religion, practices of prayer and meditation, of contemplation, of silence, and then our shared practices of worship together, outreach and service together. All of these practices help foster good spiritual health and well-being, and they also impact our mental emotional health. You know, we think of our health in a compartmentalized way, like what do I need to do to be physically healthy and whole? What do I need for my mental emotional health? What do I need for my spiritual health? And yet we are also one person and one body. So just as the things that I do for my physical health, like good exercise and nutrition, benefit my mental health, the same is true for our spiritual health and well-being. Those practices, especially even the small practices over time, help keep us centered and grounded and give us a sense of connection and belonging.
So let's spell it out for people out there who may be tuning in and watching us and saying, okay, I need more mental health stability in my life. I need better mental health. I want to start this journey with getting first my spiritual mental health and my spirituality correct. How do they begin this process? And spell it out for them, maybe some bullet points.
Thank you. I think one thing to remember is that many of us are connected to a faith community, perhaps a particular church or synagogue, mosque, some other community of faith. And yet, whether we are connected in that way or not, we are all spiritual beings. So finding ways to foster that sense of meaning and connection in our life through what can be small practices done with great intention. So it could be a moment of meditation and prayer daily. It could be recognizing that I do miss being part of a faith community and seeking out a community where there is good mutual support within that space, a space where when the losses of life happen, as they will, we're not alone in that, and we have people to guide us. So starting small and then building on those practices will yield great benefit.
Well, I think there's a great benefit for our audience this morning. Great conversation, Renee Dillard. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I want to talk a little bit about behavioral health and improving that behavioral health. Sometimes it can be difficult. It can certainly be a challenge out there, but there is now a focus on improving behavioral health across the Memphis and Mid-South region, including the Latin community in Memphis. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Dr. Elena De La Vega. She is a professor at the Department of Social Work at the University of Memphis to talk more about a recent grant you received that is entitled to just that, improving behavioral health, especially in the Latin community. Good morning. Tell me about it.
Good morning. Yes, the School of Social Work at the University of Memphis has been dedicated to improving behavioral health among all populations. We have had a number of grants, training grants for our students on behavioral health, which is an essential component of health. So many of the diseases that plague our community are behavioral in nature, based in diet, exercise, behaviors, a number of things. And the Latino community, the Hispanic or Latino community in Memphis has grown tremendously to the point where the census doesn't actually reflect this tremendous growth. You can see the growth of the Latino community more reflected in the school district data and in the number of people that Church Health serves. And they do serve a very, very large percent of their population that are Hispanic or Latino, and not always able to speak English. And so to this effect, the University of Memphis and Church Health have collaborated for a few years now. And of course, this most recent grant is going to expand these services and help this population even more to provide these behavioral health services to the Latino community in Spanish so that they are served in a way that is not only linguistically competent, but also culturally competent. And this is so important because as the Hispanic community becomes larger and stronger in our community, they are such an important part of the fabric of this community. They are going to be part of what makes Memphis succeed and be one of the important urban communities in the country, which we are.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
integrating this, fantastic.
No, I understand, and congratulations on this grant at $60,000 for 1 year to enhance the behavioral health sciences to the underserved and largely the Latin community in Memphis. So, what does that look like? Yeah, a $60,000 grant. What does that look like over the next 12 months?
So what we do is that we have social work services. We have social workers who are trained in social work, or master's level social workers, licensed social workers, providing the services directly to the Latino community. And it's not only the language, like I said, it's also the cultural competency. It's how we address people that are Hispanic or Latino, and how do we work with them to help them meet their behavioral health goals. And that ultimately leads to improved physical health, improved mental health, improved well-being, and improved uh, community integration. So thriving. What we are doing by having social work in a cultural and linguistically competent way at church health is help a population that has been marginalized thrive. And we can see that poverty for this community has been very high for the past few years. It's coming down. So this is another important thing. The Hispanic community can help Memphis thrive when we provide the support in behavioral health and in social work to help this community thrive. There's such a big part of the fabric of our community.
We have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning on the digital desk, Elena. If there's someone that's watching and they want to help or want to be a part of this, or perhaps they just want to learn more, what would you recommend people do?
Well, contact Church Health. That would be one of them. And definitely support the School of Social Work at the University of Memphis so that we can train even more linguistically and culturally competent social workers who can help with the Latino community and with all the communities. In this particular instance, we're working with the Latino community or Hispanic community in Memphis, but in fact, the School of Social Work is dedicated to improving behavioral health across the spectrum of populations. We have a very large number of grants that do precisely that and train social workers in behavioral health, because behavioral health is the foundation to physical and mental health. A lot of what we experience is going to be behavioral in nature. Most of our problems can be prevented. And that's where behavioral health comes in. It's an important element in that prevention and in achieving longer lifespans in better health and preventing disease in the first place. So this particular instance is for Latinos, but we really focus on the entire community.
All right, Dr. Elena De La Vega, we appreciate your time. Congratulations once again on the grant, and we look forward to hearing more about the next 12 months and the improvement of behavioral health, especially in the Latin community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The time now is 9:34. We hope you are enjoying your Friday morning. I am certainly enjoying my time here on the Digital Desk. Andrew Douglas has a day off. And every Friday, you know the deal. We have to check in with our friends at La Prensa Latina. And joining me today is Jairo Arguello. Good morning to you, Jairo.
Morning, Taylor. How are you?
Pretty good. Can't complain. Thanks so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. I know it's a lot to chat about, so let's just jump right into it. I actually want to pull up one of the headlines we have here with a beautiful sight of this tree. Tell me what I'm looking at.
So we're getting ready, of course, for Christmas, right? And we want to tell all of our Hispanic readers of what to expect and different places that you can go and take your family as the holiday season approaches. It's kind of like it's kind of like a guide, right? We have, of course, you see in there, we have Starry Nights, which is a beautiful, beautiful site at Shelby Farms. We also have Grayson that's kicking off their lights as well. Last night, I was at the Memphis Zoo with the father-daughter dance, and we got the first ride, well, the first experience for the Memphis Zoo lights. And man, they are always a sight to see. And of course, with the father-daughter dance, it was also amazing too. So it's actually one of the best events that I go to the year, if not if not the best ones, because it's just overall an awesome experience. And of course, you have the lighting of the tree downtown. I think it's going to be tomorrow. And so we have many more events that you can go and visit and experience at laprensa.latina.com, which you can go online and see, as well as pick up the newspaper and read it.
It really is one of the best times of the year. So many great things happening downtown. I know the tree lighting will be absolutely beautiful to watch downtown this weekend, I believe right off of Main Street. And then that father-daughter dance is always a great event as well. Let's hop into one of the other headlines this morning. I want to move over to this one. What am I checking out right here, Jairo?
Yeah, so it's the Thanksgiving is here, of course, this week, next weekend, the 28th, and we wanted to kind of like highlight how Thanksgiving first started and everything, but also the impact of like how Hispanic people have adapted this not so traditional in Mexico or Latin America cultures, and it's like when we first get here, it's like Thanksgiving, maybe we celebrate it, maybe we don't. They probably don't understand the meaning of why celebrate it. But, overall, of course, back in the day, when it first started, it was to give thanks. The pilgrims gave thanks to that crop that yielded so much, and thanks to the Native Americans as well. And then, of course, now it's been traditionalized now, and it's the tradition is also to give thanks, just in general, right? To give thanks to everything that this year has brought for us, and just to give thanks in life. So, and of course, the food, you cannot miss the food, the turkey, the stuffing, us and our family. I was telling people, we traditionally have a traditional Thanksgiving, turkey stuffing, biscuits, mac and cheese, all that good stuff. We sometimes put a little bit of that Latin flair on it, and that's one of the things that makes this too makes it great, is that a lot of Latinos are putting their Latino flair to this Thanksgiving feast, and are making tamales and are making everything else, to make it even a more abundant feast and more a traditional thing. So now now us Latinos have another holiday to add to our calendar, which is Thanksgiving.
Oh, I love it. I'm already thinking about my Thanksgiving plate, but I'm glad that you mentioned the Latin flair. What are some of the different maybe recipes or ingredients that you usually try during Thanksgiving?
So during the holidays, and I think it's because people are kind of gearing up, right, for Christmas, and it's getting cold, which I experienced last night. We're at the Ferris wheel and it was really cold, but you usually make like at this season you make tamales. Like in Mexico, you make tamales. In Venezuela, they have something similar called the yacas. In Guatemala, they have their own version of tamales too. But then you also have different like hot cocos and things that we do in Mexico and other parts of Latin America. And then, of course, it's just adding, the family recipe that each family has.
Yeah, I love that. I know today is probably a perfect day for hot cocoa because it's pretty chilly outside right now. Let's hop into
Mhm.
another headline that we have this morning. I want to pull it up for us. Of course, we have so many viewers who love to talk sports. What you got for us, Hyro?
So the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight. I don't know if you got a chance to see it
Oh, I
or
did.
even see. If you haven't, if you didn't see it, you for sure saw some highlights on it. And of course it's a big controversy because Jake Paul's in his 20s, Mike's almost 60, and a lot of people thought it was an unfair match, right? But nonetheless, it sold. It sold so much, and this was streaming. It streamed on Netflix, which was Netflix. Netflix's first streaming attempt, I believe, and I want to say it went well, but it had a glitch, right? It had so that's what everybody talked about.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
that the little circle, and it was buffering, and
Well,
some people
and it
even.
wasn't just an hour. It was like 3 hours as we're waiting for the fight and watching the other fights. It was just kind of hard to keep up.
And so Netflix, of course, did their statement, and even Jake Paul and Mike Tyson was like, "We broke the internet." It's like, "Hey, this is how popular this fight was." But some say that, hey, Netflix should have been prepared, and of course, I even saw there was a lawsuit somewhere. I think it was in New York. Somebody was suing Netflix because of this quality issue. Yeah, so. Oh, amongst the whole thing about that, Mike Tyson, world champion, heavyweight champion, and Jake Paul, who's YouTuber now prize fighter, right, has challenged a lot of celebrities. I mean, he's now calling out Conor McGregor and saying that he will do a UFC fight with him. He's in the past challenged Canelo Alvarez, who is a world champion boxer from Mexico, and you know, and now he made a statement too. He's like, Canelo needs me, and because of the tickets or the sales, but honestly, it's even Floyd Mayweather has said it. Canelo will just take him out, but it's
Do you think so? Do you
and
think so,
again,
Hyro?
it's oh yeah, he will take him out. But see, here's the thing too that makes this whole spectacle of fighting interesting is people want to see it.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Even just kind of like waiting up to the big fight with Mike and Paul, it was just kind of like I have no idea how this will go. And as I was watching the rounds, I was like, okay, we're in round 6. Something's about to happen. Nothing. 7. Nothing. So
Nothing, right?
I don't know. It was still entertaining though, but it didn't go how I thought it was gonna go. What were your thoughts on the fight?
So I think, yeah. So I think leading up to the fight was more of the buzz than the fight itself. The fight itself, I think the first round you got to see a glimpse of, Mike Tyson. Like if it would have. Some people even say like, "Oh, Mike Tyson forgot the script on the first round." But I think for Mike Tyson it was a win. Mike Tyson, 60 almost 60 years old, to go out there with a 20 something year old and do 8 rounds. If anybody's ever done like a 3-minute round, the boxing is very tiring. It's a lot of burst of energy, and to do 8 rounds of that and with a 27-year-old, I mean, um, and of course, Jake Paul. I think that Jake Paul also kind of held back, and he actually said he held back. But it was an entertaining fight leading up to it, and we all expected a little bit more fireworks on it, but it is what it is, as they say.
It is what it is. It was certainly still entertaining. That's probably why we're talking about it today. So many great headlines at La Prensa Latina. For those joining us, and it's their first time joining us on this Friday, where can they go online to find you?
Yeah, so they can go at www.laprensalatina.com. You can also check out our social media channels. Facebook, Instagram. We also want to invite, we'll be having this Sunday, we're also going to be having, with Art Elements Collection, we're going to be having arts, it's an it's a craft fair kind of. Well, it's we want to invite kids to come out to our office, and they're gonna be doing bracelets, Thanksgiving letters, and so it's gonna be something very nice for the kids to come out, and it's gonna be at our office. La Prensa Latina's office, which is on the front cover. It's in Bartlett, and it's going to be from 1 to 3, I believe. And we're gonna just have fun out there and show the kids a couple of crafts to do, and it's completely free. So that's another activity that we have planned, and look forward to having this Sunday.
A lot of great things happening at La Prensa Latina. Jairo, thanks so much for joining us on the digital desk. We'll do it all over again Friday. We'll see you then. All right.
See you. Thank you. All right.
All right. Taking you outside this morning, a live look at Midtown at 9:45, 42 degrees. Grab that coat or stick in and hang out with us. We have more live interviews on the Action News 5 digital desk. We'll see you in the next 60 seconds.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Sydney Gray in for Andrew Douglas this morning. We're going to continue our show today with a very special couple as we get prepared for Veterans Day. It's approaching very quickly, and so I've got a couple that I'm excited to have join our show this morning. We've got Gabe and Lindsay, I'm so sorry, Lindsay Chrisman. Thank y'all so much for waking up early with us. How y'all doing today?
Good, Sydney. How are you?
Doing very well. Glad to have you. So, y'all are an Army couple. Went to West Point, correct? So let's talk about it. And I already see your shirt, My Home. So let's get right into it.
Yeah, well, first off, thank you so much for having us on the show. Absolutely incredible experience. Thinking way back to like why West Point, I decided I wanted to go to West Point when I was 11 years old. And when it came time to apply to colleges, it was actually the only college that I applied to. So I threw all my eggs into one basket. And when I was a senior at the academy, I was actually the 4th woman in West Point history to be appointed as the first captain, which ranked me #1 out of 4,400 cadets at the academy. And I think that that experience really set me up for success in my 10-year journey in the Army as an aviation officer. I had the privilege of flying the Apache helicopter for about 3 of those years before being selected as the first female in U.S. Army history to pilot the AH-6 Little Bird for special operations, which was truly a life-changing experience. And now I'm in my 2nd year at Harvard Business School. I'm pursuing my MBA and co-founding My Home with my husband, Gabe, who we actually met at West Point during our junior year.
Lindsay, ma'am, you are impressive. Gabe, can you tell us a little about yourself?
Yeah, I can't top that, Sydney, that's for sure, but I can try. So I grew up in Garner, North Carolina. I had a grandfather who served as a Green Beret in both Korea and Vietnam. I never got to meet my grandfather, but I grew up hearing stories, looking at pictures and all of his accolades, and that's truly what inspired me to start thinking about the military as a career. I found West Point as a junior. I had to apply right away. I was not like Lindsay. I applied to a lot of other schools. I needed some options. And then I got in. I graduated from there in 2014. I served as an infantry officer for about 6.5 years as a platoon leader and a company commander. I deployed to Afghanistan in 2017. And then I got out of the Army as a captain in 2020 from South Carolina, where I was a basic training company commander. So great time in my military career for sure.
Y'all have done it all, and let me say thank you both for your service. We're just really happy to have y'all both talking with us today. So can you kind of talk about how your background led you to creating the company that you now oversee today?
Absolutely. I left the Army in 2020 and I immediately entered into the home services industry. It's what my father did. He's still in the home services industry, so it's kind of what I knew. And at the same time, Lindsay and I became first time homeowners. And we had no idea what we were doing. Something went wrong in the house, something broke. So it was my job to fix it. I didn't know how to fix it. So I turned to the internet. I looked for companies that could solve our problem. I had to make multiple phone calls. I had to get on multiple different schedules. The process to get this thing fixed, which is simple, took about 3 weeks. So it was these experiences that really led us to create a solution for homeowners, which is My Home. So with the My Home app, a homeowner just takes a picture of the problem in their house. That then gets sent to vetted professionals inside of the app. They then receive virtual quotes for the solution to the problem. They choose a provider, schedule, and pay. It's all done in the same app. So we took that 3 week long process and turned it into just a couple of minutes. So it really is the streamlined way for homeowners to maintain their home.
Boy, that is awesome. That is so helpful. I'm trying to figure out how I can download the app right now. I can think of about a million different things I need to fix at home and my mom's house too. So very, very cool. Can y'all kind of both reiterate? So sorry, but can you both reiterate just how your military background really helped catapult you guys?
Yeah, I mean, serving in the Army taught Gabe and I both skills that are just absolutely invaluable as entrepreneurs and co-founders at My Home. I think first, the ability to identify and mitigate risk, which is essential, for a mission in the Army, but also in a business. And when stakes are high and information is limited, you learn how to make very complex decisions under insurmountable amounts of stress, which really mirrors the challenges that we as founders face on a daily basis. And then in addition to that, I mean, some of the values that we learned in the military, we took forth into our company. And these values are be a good person, figure it out, and buy a pair of cleats. And these values were inspired by some of the great leaders that we had the privilege of serving with. And we believe that embodying these principles just drives a positive impact, not only on the people that we work with every day, but on our mission at My Home.
Hey, I love it. Y'all are so awesome. Do you have any advice for young folks who maybe are considering the Army?
Yeah, I would say mine is super simple. If you're 18, 19, 20, 21 years old and thinking about service in the military, I would say even short-term service brings long-term benefits. I think a lot of young folks think that they have to do 10, 15, 20 years in the military to experience any benefits. I would argue the opposite, that even a 3 to 5 year career brings about a ton of benefits that they can take throughout the rest of their life. So I would say give it a try, knowing that you can really, really benefit from just a short-term service as well.
Definitely.
Hey, I love that. Short-term service, long-term benefits. That's good. Is there anything else that you want to tell folks about My Home, how they can learn more? Anything else people need to know about it?
Yeah, first off, I'd love to just give a shout out to the Army. So if you want to find any more information on the Army, you can go to goarmy.com. And then for My Home, we, in honor of Veterans Day, and in honor of veterans on this Veterans Day, we're thrilled to announce that for every download of our app nationwide, we're going to donate $1 to a very important Tennessee nonprofit called Creative Vets. And they partner with veterans. They offer creative outlets like music and art to support those who are unfortunately dealing with PTSD. So if you want to make a difference, simply download our app, go to your app store, type in My Home Experts. That's My Home Experts. And together we'll be able to contribute to this incredible cause for veterans this Veterans Day.
Hey, Gabe and Lindsay Chrisman, I love it. Anything else you guys feel like I missed? Y'all wanted to let the viewers know?
I would say, everything that we've experienced post our short careers in the military and the success we've seen in entrepreneurship is directly related to our service. From the network that we have with other veterans, from introductions to people in business, to mentors, to investors in our company, we truly could not be where we are without the network from the military, what it taught us, and then the network from West Point as well. So we're eternally grateful for our service and recommend it to anybody who's thinking about it.
Yeah, definitely. And some of those soft skills too, that you learn in the military are absolutely invaluable, and you're not going to be challenged in the same capacity in any other profession. So, I mean, if anyone is wondering if they should serve, serving your country is honorable, and the skills that you learn are invaluable, and they're intimately respected by everyone, no matter where you go. So just take that leap of faith, trust in yourself, trust in the process, trust in the Army, trust in your country, and you will definitely see some huge long-term benefits.
Amazing to hear. I really appreciate both of y'all's time. Gabe and Lindsay Chrisman, Army vets and founders of the My Home app. Thank y'all so much.
Alrighty, the time now is 9:55, taking you outside this morning. Another look at Midtown Memphis. Looking great at 9:55, but pretty chilly out there. Grab your coat as you're headed out the door with it being 42 degrees outside. We want to switch gears now and talk about a very important topic. It's the holiday season, which means things are heating up in the kitchen. A lot of holiday cooking, of course, and with that comes the risk of house fires. So this is a very important topic. Of course, we are bringing in now Memphis Fire Public Information Officer Quanisha Ward to tell us about an opportunity for you right there at home to get a free smoke detector. Good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Thanks so much for stopping by the digital desk. I want to jump right into and get into the who, what, when, where, and how, but there's an opportunity for people to gather a free smoke detector. Let's just talk about the importance of smoke detectors.
Absolutely. The free smoke detector program has been a long-standing program that the city of Memphis and the Memphis Fire Department has partnered with for a long time. But you'll be surprised how many people in the community are not aware that they can get a free smoke detector. And like you mentioned, with the holidays coming up and the temperatures dropping, we just want to keep pushing this message that you can get a free smoke detector.
Talk about the importance of having a smoke detector.
Absolutely. So working smoke detectors is one of the most effective tools to saving lives in the event that you have a fire. The risk of dying in your home is cut in half when you have a smoke detector. And it also provides that early warning, giving families that critical time that they need to escape safely outside of their home.
So obviously and very important to have. Let's talk about where and when people can go and grab these smoke detectors.
So this program is year round. I know that we're kind of talking about it now that the temperatures are dropping, but this program, you can request a smoke detector year round. It's two ways that you can request a smoke detector. You can go online by visiting memphistn.gov smoke detector program, and you can pull it up that way. You can also call the Fire Museum and request to get a free smoke detector. That number is 636-5650. What will happen is once you fill out that application, whether it's online or call the Fire Museum, we will have someone scheduled to come out to your home, and we'll have our Memphis firefighters install that smoke detector for you.
Very helpful advice there. And also, since we're on the topic of smoke detectors, are there different kinds of smoke detectors?
So you have the ones that last up to 15 years, and that's the ones, and then we have the ones that last up to 30. We want to tell everybody when we come, to try to get the smoke detectors that give you the most amount of years. So more for your buck if you're going to buy one, try to get one that lasts long. In addition to that, we also like to put the message out there to change your batteries. We just had a change in time, so that's the perfect opportunity to check those batteries to make sure they're still working properly. If you hear that chirping noise inside your home, don't just ignore it. Do not take that smoke detector down. In an event, we're all going to be cooking around the holiday. I know it's annoying when something, starts to burn. You want to I'm tired of this noise and take it down. But most times, often what we see is when you take those smoke detectors down, you forget to put them back up, or you take the batteries out, you forget to put the batteries in. And that's when you need it the most.
And I know exactly what noise you're talking about. I am guilty of it. So this is my friendly reminder to get that solved immediately. Also, I know you mentioned about the maintenance of it and wanting one that will last a long time. What's considered a long time? Like, should you keep your smoke detector every 2 years and try to change it out? How often?
So, you know, you want to always read the manufacturer, the instructions on there. But most of the time when you get a smoke detector, it'll tell you how long the warranty is. So you just want to follow those recommendations for the warranty that's on the smoke detector that you purchase. And like I said, you want to make sure that you change the batteries out at least twice a year. And if you sense anything wrong with your smoke detector, let's just say that you had some type of smoke inside the house and it did not activate the way that you needed it to, you can still reach out to the fire department, and we don't mind coming out to just see if it needs new batteries or if you might possibly need a new one.
Very helpful advice today. Were there any other tips that you wanted to give us outside of telling us the importance of a smoke detector? Any other advice?
One thing that I want with the smoke detectors is just make sure that you have multiple means of egress outside of your home. Make sure that you have a fire exit plan, safety plan inside your home, in addition to having the smoke detectors. Because yes, smoke detectors save lives, but you also want to make sure that everyone in your home is aware of where to go, have a safe place to meet just in case there is a fire.
All right, that's Memphis Fire Public Information Officer Quenisha Ward. And one more time for everyone, for those probably just now tuning in, tell us again when and where they can go and pick up those smoke detectors.
So it's a year-round program, and you can request a smoke detector two ways: online at memphistn.gov smoke detector, and you can also call one by calling the fire museum, and that number is 636-5650.
All right, thanks so much for stopping by the digital desk. We look forward to chatting with you again, okay?
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Outside this morning, a live look at Midtown. We have more Action News 5 digital desk coming up in the next 60 seconds.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Thursday morning. Of course, that first alert to that wintry chill that we've been talking about the last couple of days. We won't get the core of the coldest air, but we're definitely going to get a nudge of it as we go through the next 24 to 48 hours across the Mid-South. Of course, the coldest air staying off to the east and north of us, and even some snowflakes potentially flying across portions of East Tennessee. So maybe you're heading out towards the Smokies. You might see some snow-covered caps there on the eastern side of the state. Nothing to worry about here in the Mid-South. The closest that we'll get to snow here this week, some frost across the Mid-South. Temperatures on our way up into the middle 50s here today, but a very aggressive north and northwesterly winds going to develop as we go through the course of the day. And I think that the gusts are going to be pretty aggressive as well. Some gusts upwards of 30 to 40 miles per hour possible, especially the next couple of hours as we go as a front moves into the area. It's a dry front. It's a reinforcing shot of the colder air, but you will definitely notice that difference, and it will continue all the way through the early afternoon hours, starting to taper off as we head past sunset this evening. And by that point in time, we'll start to see some improvements in that department on the wind front, not adding too much insult to injury, but that will also play into the ultimate conditions that we will see for tonight. So far this season, we have not dropped below 40 degrees here in the city of Memphis. I think the next couple of nights will be far below that, especially as we get into early Saturday morning. Bolivar's dropped down to 32, 34 in Oxford, 36 Wynn, 38 in Dyersburg, 40 in Clarksdale. All these numbers likely will be shaved off an additional 2 or 3 degrees as we head into the next couple of nights across the region. When you look at the lows tonight, it will be highly predicated on that wind direction and that wind speed. If it drops below 5 miles per hour, we will decouple the atmosphere, meaning that the temperatures will come down all the way down to almost the dew point. And the dew points are in the upper 20s and low 30s at this point. So there is a strong possibility that the winds go completely calm tonight, we could have everybody get down close to freezing by early tomorrow morning, maybe with the exception of inside the 240 and 40 loop. You go outside, you go towards Collierville, Germantown, Cordova, Eads, heading up towards Bartlett, Lakeland, Arlington, Millington. These areas likely will be closer to numbers like Covington and Somerville, maybe a degree or two warmer, but needless to say, you guys will likely have frost on your windshields tomorrow morning. In the city of Memphis, it will be a close shave. I would just go ahead and venture to say, be cautious on that. If you have any tender vegetation, you might want to bring in the plants tonight to make sure, and also the next couple of nights, to be honest. As we go through the next couple of nights, the chilly air is definitely going to be placed, and I think especially Saturday morning, I think that's going to be our best chance for seeing a widespread frost and potentially even a light freeze in some instances. Tomorrow, highs will top out in the lower to middle 50s across the region. We'll go 52 here in the city, mainly sunny skies and northwesterly wind, obviously not as aggressive as today, northwesterly around 5 to 10 miles per hour. But overall, again, a chilly brand of air that's going to be overhead, what I like to call deceptive sunshine. So again, frost likely in many locations across the Mid-South as we wake up early tomorrow morning, and then frost is likely in most locations again early Saturday morning, but the potential for a freeze also plays into this as well. So there will be some spots that will drop closer to freezing: Senatobia, Holly Springs, Somerville, Covington, Brownsville, Ripley, Tennessee, Ripley, Mississippi as well, Alamo up towards Dyersburg, close to those numbers. So again, it is likely that we will see our first widespread freeze, our first widespread frost in probably about a month's time. You got to go back to October to really see any chilly air that is even rivaling this, and even that wasn't as chilly as what we've seen here. Obviously only dropping down to 40 degrees here in the city of Memphis, and we will likely drop down to at least the mid-30s as we wake up early on Saturday morning. Now, the average first freeze of the season, typically here in the city of Memphis, is November 14th. Obviously, we're past that date. And when I'm looking at some of the data, we really have been moving like 2 or 3 weeks behind schedule on a lot of these quote-unquote firsts that are on average, meaning that, you know, we've been running maybe like 2 or 3 weeks behind schedule. So while we have November 14th as the average first, the latest is December 11th. I think sometime between now and December 11th, we're probably going to have a freeze, so it won't be the latest, but definitely a little bit more delayed than normal. Bolivar obviously has already seen theirs. We talked about how they have already dipped down to 32 degrees. Haven't gotten there in Oxford. You guys are running about 3 to 4 weeks behind schedule on a freeze down there in Oxford, Mississippi. Batesville, October 26th, November 13th for Helena, West Helena, November 9th in West Memphis. And when I was looking at data in West Memphis, you guys also have not dropped down to freezing just yet, too. So again, a lot of spots will probably have a chance for dropping down near freezing as we head through the next couple of nights here across the Mid-South, especially outside the city of Memphis. So be prepared for that. We've already talked about fire safety, fireplaces, space heaters, your central air and heating units. Make sure they're cleaned out. Make sure you're ready to go in these cold season temperatures. This is the first really big shot of cold air that's prolonged that we've seen in a while. So you may have been running the AC for a long period of time. Make sure that you've got all those things cleaned out and ready to go in the event of, the chill that is going to be obviously on the way, because it's not just in the short term. Longer term, we're also talking about more colder nights coming in our direction as we head towards the end of the month of November into early December. Stay up to date with the very latest anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Obviously, the winds are going to be the big story here today. Chilly air, temperatures in the 50s. We'll go mostly sunny for tomorrow. Highs to the low 50s after a morning start in the upper 30s. We will go mid-30s here in the city. And again, both these mornings will likely have lows in other locations outside the city of Memphis that will likely be in the lower 30s, closer to 30 in some instances. The winds will go calm, especially Friday night and Saturday. And I think that's where we're going to have our best chance for seeing widespread frost across the area. Upper 50s on Saturday, upper 60s. So there's a quick turnaround in temperatures coming up Sunday into Monday. Upper 60s near 70, but we're adding in some rain chances. And as we've been mentioning, there is a system somewhere out here next week, and it has been kind of honing in somewhere around Tuesday night into Wednesday or even into Thursday. Some of the modeling has really kind of jumped forward into Thursday with some opportunities for rain showers. Right now, our forecast, if you go on the First Alert Weather app, you look at it, 30% chance for rain, mostly cloudy skies, 56 the temperature. That could be a little bit more varied, just depending on how these systems come rolling through the area. It's looking a little bit more likely that we could have some rain showers on Monday that could dry out a bit on Tuesday, and then a resurgence of moisture coming in here Wednesday that could linger into Thursday. Hopefully it gets out of here during this time frame. But again, we've still been mentioning that the travel period next week will have at least some system somewhere nearby that will have impact. So whether you're going to be sticking around here in the Mid-South or you got plans going outside the Mid-South, maybe getting on a plane, you might have some implications associated with that. Friday, Egg Bowl, as well as the Black Friday deals, mostly cloudy temperatures near the low 50s, and we go lower on the temperature side of things by Saturday, and that is going to be an even colder blast of air that will take us into the end of the month of November, into the beginning of December. So be prepared that while we are chilly right now, okay, and well below average the next couple of days, the quick ramp up in temperatures is going to turn around very quickly, and we're talking about below average temperatures as we round out the month of November into the beginning of December. Going ahead and looking at Saturday, the Whitehaven Christmas Parade. Big Christmas parade going down Elvis Presley Boulevard in the south side of Memphis. Looking pretty good. Again, frost is going to be an issue early in the morning, but other than that, sunshine wins out. Temperatures in the upper 40s at the kickoff time, 47 degrees at 10 o'clock in the morning. But if you're lining up Saturday morning, it will be chilly out there. At least we won't be adding insult to injury with the winds. 42 at 9, 11 a.m., 51 again on our way up to the upper 50s. The next day, upper 60s near 70 before the rain chances come in and have an implication for the travel season, as we mentioned, and even some opportunity for rain that could impact your Thanksgiving plans as well.
It's Haywood here at the Kroger location in Arlington, Tennessee. The new Kroger location. Listen, it's still time for you to come on out. Those boxes are empty right now, but listen, we still have time for you to come on out and drop off any donations. I'm not sure right now if they're taking any clothing donations, but any food donations, non-perishables, please bring them. Right now I have Miss Nicole with me with the Mid-South Food Bank. Tell me, why are partnerships like this so important?
Partnerships like this are so important because it's really easy for us to get food and money into our warehouse and get it right back out. With Kroger, of course, we have an amazing partnership with them. Not only do they provide funds, they also provide food through their sustainability program that we have through them, and partnerships with WMC. Those funds coming in, $1 equals 4 meals. We're able to stretch your dollar like nobody's business and make those purchases to get them right back out.
What do partnerships like this mean for the organizations involved as well as the community?
So for our partner agencies, we have over 200 of those. They're able to come into our warehouse, maybe shop or shop for pallets or whatever it is they need to do those mobile distributions or those brick and mortar pantries. So that's kind of what it means to us. And of course, for the community, they're able to get free food. So of course, when you go through those mobile pantries or those brick and mortar pantries, we do not require any cost. All you have to do is sign a form and we'll give you about 40 pounds of food for your family.
Last question, how can someone give after the holidays?
Of course, our website, midsouthfoodbank.org. You can go on there and click donate. Again, $1 equals 4 meals. I cannot say that enough, but we also rely a lot on our volunteers to come into the warehouse and pack a lot of those food donations that we get, sort and pack. And of course, everyone has a really good time. So of course, midsouthfoodbank.org is where you can go.
Nicole, thank you so much for joining us. And again, if you're watching, you have all day long to come drop off your food donations. Again, Tavares Haywood, Action News 5.
Taylor, good morning. We're here at Kroger off Union Avenue. Folks are already going inside getting their essentials, and this is somewhere where you can stop and make a donation to the Action News 5 food drive. We are, of course, partnering again this year with Kroger and the Mid-South Food Bank, and the goal is really to help families in need all across the Mid-South. Now, an unfortunate fact is that about a third of all households across the Mid-South, they deal with food insecurity, so that means they don't know where their next meal is coming from, and that is why this food drive is so important, especially this holiday season. So some things you'll want to know about the Mid-South Food Bank: they give out 4 million meals a month to 31 counties all across our area. They store all of that in a 200,000 square foot facility, helping distribute the food to families who need it really across all the cities in the Mid-South. They don't do this alone, though. There is help with hundreds of community partners. They are able to make this happen. And the agencies, they offer more than food. You know, we heard from organizers and leaders with the Mid-South Food Bank earlier this morning, and they talked about having clothing closets to help people with essentials that they may need, as well as diapers for children, diapers for senior citizens. There's also the feminine hygiene products they provide, really any other assistance that folks might need, including bills. So any donation that you make, especially a monetary donation, it is going to help people in this community. They're a major resource right here across the Mid-South. So what can you do? How can you help today? So stop by any Kroger location across the Mid-South, make a monetary donation. We say this all the time, but $1 can really distribute 4 meals. So that money stretches, so no amount that you donate is too small. If you can't come to a Kroger location, we make it easy for you. There's a QR code on our website. You can use that, actionnews5.com, and give back in any way. And our goal is to truly impact lives all across the Mid-South this holiday season. I'm here in Midtown. Sydney Gray, back to you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. With cold and flu season upon us once again, it's so important to make sure we are protected as possible from some of these respiratory viruses that will no doubt wreak havoc on many people this year. Let's bring in someone to talk about it. I believe I'm joined now by Dr. Deanna Tran. She is a clinical pharmacist. She is also a trainer for the American Pharmacists Association, and she is getting all mic'd up. Dr. Deanna Tran, can you hear me right now? You are live on the Action News 5 digital desk with I believe, some information about vaccines and what to expect this cold and flu season. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's hear it. What's the latest?
So I would recommend that you get your seasonal flu and COVID-19 vaccines. So those are our yearly seasonal vaccines. And if you have not already gotten your RSV or respiratory syncytial virus vaccine, you would also be recommended to get that one as well.
How does somebody know what vaccines they should get or should not get? Because there's a lot of people that, you know, as we're coming out of the pandemic and COVID, there's some people that are steadfast. We're not getting a COVID shot. There's no more of that. But there's other vaccines that they could do with cold and flu season. So how do people know which vaccines to get?
That is a great question. So I would recommend that you talk with your local pharmacist. You know, actually, about 85% of vaccines across the nation are given by someone in the pharmacy. So I would recommend talking with them so that way they know your specific conditions and what vaccines are best recommended for you. And you hit on something that's really important that I also want to add is that, you know, it is Sometimes because of all these seasonal vaccines and specifically with COVID-19, we can get really frustrated or tired of all these different vaccines that are recommended for you. And they're good. They're good to keep you safe and protected. So I kind of think of it like an update, right? So we get updates on our phone all the time, and I never hesitate hitting that button to update the security on my phone. And that's the same thing here with getting your vaccines. You want to protect yourself against viruses and stay up to date. So it's really important to make sure you get those vaccines, especially our yearly respiratory vaccines.
What about populations considered high risk? What are those populations, and should those people make vaccines a priority?
Yes, absolutely. Those people, including those with heart and lung conditions, so specifically like COPD or asthma, as well as those who are immunocompromised, so those who have cancer, for example, or those who are taking medications where they are more susceptible to illnesses, those specific individuals, I would highly encourage them to get their vaccines because they are more susceptible to illnesses. So it's really important to stay protected because all vaccines, the most important thing they do is to, in case you get exposed to some of these illnesses, it will reduce the severity of the illness, so you'll get less symptoms and hopefully help you stay out of the hospital.
Where can patients go for more information? Just perusing various vaccines, availabilities, high risk, that sort of thing.
I would actually recommend going back to your local pharmacist. You know, October is also American Pharmacist Month. So it's a great time to get a connection, relationship with your local pharmacists, who are those trusted resources and experts to get your vaccines, and also to help answer your medication-related problems.
Okay, Dr. Deanna Tran, a clinical pharmacist and also a trainer for the American Pharmacists Association. We appreciate your time. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is a new study that's out from the nonprofit, the National Endowment for Financial Education, and it finds that 74% of borrowers with student loan balances have had to make some budgetary changes in order to make their payments. All right, so let's bring in someone to talk more about this issue, this survey. I'm joined now by Dr. Bill Hensley, President and CEO of the National Endowment for Financial Education, the group that did this new survey. So, Mr. Hensley, tell me more about this survey. Good morning.
Good morning. Sure. Last October, when the repayment pause ended, we explored what borrowers believed or expected would be the impact on their finances. So, excuse me, here we are a year later. We know the reality of how borrowers are managing their loans, and this is no small number. Over a quarter of the population currently have an outstanding loan, or someone close to them, such as a child or grandchild, has a loan. And the news is both positive and concerning. The positive side being the majority are saying they are doing okay, at least for right now. Keep in mind that nearly 20% may not have had to make payments yet, and 27% say the end of that repayment pause has negatively impacted their financial lives, which is lower than the 49% who were anticipating this last fall. So that's a bit of a silver lining here. The more troubling news is what you mentioned, that monthly budgets have been strained, with 3 in 4 making cuts. 28% cutting up to $500, and another 21% having to cut as much as $1,000 a month out of their budget.
So let me play devil's advocate for a minute, Billy, because it took about 10 years for me to pay back my student loans. It's just part of the process. There's a lot of people out there that says, "Hey, look, this is a rite of passage. You take out loans, you have to pay it back a certain way, and you have to fit in your budget wherever you are." Where am I wrong on this?
Well, we all have a different journey here. And what the data show is that most borrowers actually have been able to keep up with the payments since the end of the pause. So they're able to, make headway in making those payments, with 56% having made at least a few and 46% having made most or every payment. And I was with you in that boat. I had student loans myself, and it took me actually much longer than 10 years to pay those off. But what we know here is that people are stretched more. Inflation has risen significantly. The cost of housing has risen significantly. So that pinch that borrowers are feeling is very acute. And depending on where you live, it's going to be felt stronger than in other locations.
Okay, all right, I'm with you so far. So how do we lessen that burden for the borrowers out there, or how can they lessen the burden?
Well, if you're already out of school, look at the repayment plans that are available to you. We all want you to advocate for yourself. 50% of borrowers are saying that the lenders or the student loan servicers have had positive or good communication. So advocate for yourself. Find out what is the right repayment plan that's right for you. If you are not yet finished college, or if you have a loved one that's in school now or thinking about higher education, or if you're working and thinking about going back and getting that credential that you need, educate yourself. Financial education in particular really improves borrowing. People borrow less. They are less likely to borrow private loans for higher education. And when they finish, they have a 21% less likelihood to have credit card debt. So if you're launching into your career with lower debt, it will make those monthly budgets stretch a little more.
Is it advantageous to maybe perhaps take out a small personal loan in order to pay it back, or just kind of follow the normal payments?
Right. Well, the first part of that, I would say that every person has to fully explore their options that are right for them. But always start with studentaid.gov and look at the secured loans that are provided through the Department of Education. A lot of those are subsidized, meaning you won't have to pay interest on any of those loans while you're in school or while you're in deferment. So make sure you qualify for that first. And the difference is, if it's a private loan, and if there's some new program that lowers balances or lowers payments or gives some level of forgiveness, private loans will not qualify for those. Only those that are through the U.S. Department of Education.
Anything else you want to mention with regards to this topic before we let you go?
Well, it's front of mind for many people. And there's a lot of scams out there. There's a lot of people trying to take every dollar they can from you. So advocate for yourself, protect your information, directly seek the resources from places like studentaid.gov. And if something is too good to be true, or it costs to expedite anything, then stay away from that.
Okay, Billy Hensley, National Endowment for Financial Education. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you. Morning, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Let's talk a little bit about reducing healthcare costs during open enrollment. It is approaching, of course, and there's a concern among those looking to be a part of open enrollment that really sheds a light on a health issue, affects millions of Americans. A new study shows that 88% of U.S. adults lack sufficient health literacy to make effective choices when it comes to open enrollment and to utilize the healthcare system. I'm joined right now by Dr. Rhonda Randall. She is here as a part of the Vice President, Chief Medical Officer of United Healthcare to really just kind of make it very easy to understand plain and effective ways about open enrollment and ways to reduce costs. So where do we begin, Rhonda? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you for having me. You're right, open enrollment period is upon us. This is a time of year when millions of Americans are making a decision about their health plan for next year. And it's a good time to really assess what's going to be best for your budget and your healthcare needs. And it's important to remember that open enrollment periods aren't the same for everyone. So depending on your situation, if you're one of the millions of Americans who get your coverage through an employer-sponsored plan, you're generally going to have a 2 to 3 week period between now and the end of the year to make that decision. Watch for that communication from your employer so you don't wait to the last minute. If you're a Medicare beneficiary, the annual enrollment period starts next week. It begins October the 15th and runs through December 7th every year. And if you are shopping for an individual plan on the health insurance marketplace, that open enrollment period is from November 1st to January 15th in most states.
So let's talk about tips for selecting the best coverage for the individual. Where do we begin with that?
I'd start with those terms that you mentioned earlier. Most of us find them confusing. Things like deductible, copay, coinsurance, premium, what do they all mean? Websites like justplainclear.com and Medicare-made-clear.com can offer explanations and really help you understand those terms a lot better when you're reading through your plan options. Recognize a lot can change in a year, so consider if your current benefits are still meeting your needs, and if there are any changes in the plan that you're currently in for next year. Understanding those differences between original Medicare and Medicare Advantage, if you're a Medicare beneficiary, is important as well. Look into things like specialty benefits, dental, vision, and hearing. For example, for Medicare beneficiaries, original Medicare generally doesn't cover those things, but many Medicare Advantage plans do.
I know that there are a lot of benefits, mental health support, wellness programs, virtual care, that sort of thing. How do we find the best plan for our budget?
I'm glad you mentioned those things. Mental health coverage has been something that's been particularly important over the last several years. Many plans are going to include virtual options, and that's one of the things that can help you find the right behavioral health coverage and guidance. For Medicare beneficiaries, some people can find plans that cover those virtual mental health benefits at $0 copay. Wellness is important as well. You can often get rewarded for activities like completing a health survey, avoiding nicotine, getting exercise, and some Medicare Advantage plans are going to cover a gym membership at no additional cost to you.
Okay, and when it comes to just really kind of sinking your teeth into all the services, all the information, all the options out there, is there a place that maybe we can get kind of a, I don't know, a cheat sheet or some way to just kind of effectively do it?
Yes, you can go to uhcopenenrollment.com. If you visit uhcopenenrollment.com, you'll find tips, resources, those terms and the links there, as well as plans in your area and information about them.
Okay, Dr. Rhonda Randall, we appreciate your time here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, and thanks for spelling it out for us as we're hitting open enrollment season. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Be well.
All right, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is the art of negotiating that's going to be happening on the University of Memphis campus in the College of Business. I'm joined right now by John Cicala. He is an assistant professor of teaching, director of MBA programs there. John, good to have you on the digital desk. So tell me about this idea, the art of negotiating, and this workshop that's happening soon. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm glad we got the audio working better now. This is a little funky setup, but what we're going to be doing, negotiation is one of those areas that so many people can always be better at. It was the very first course I took when I was in grad school 20 years ago. I fell in love with it, and I think it's something that we can help everybody do a better job with when they're collaborating, working with others, whether it's negotiating for business, which is the main angle for our workshop on November 21st, or whether they're just wanting to negotiate better in personal lives. However, the skills that we're going to help teach them are wonderfully transferable between personal and professional lives.
I would think so. I mean, you know, you need communication skills no matter what you do in any profession, and certainly that can bleed over into your personal life too. Communication and then negotiating, persuasiveness, that sort of thing. So, so give me the fundamentals. Like, what's going to be happening at this workshop, and what do you teach students there?
All right, what we're going to do is Thursday afternoon, November 21st from 1 to 4. It's a 3-hour session. We're going to have some basic concepts, a little bit of lecture, and give them some information, take a little bit of a break. And then for the second half of the workshop, we're going to do some simulated negotiations so they can practice some of the things that we talked about in the first half, some of the skills and concepts and tactics and strategies that we share with them. They can actually practice it with other people at the workshop so that when they go back to their jobs, they've had a little firsthand experience with it. Some of the concepts that we're going to talk about, and there are so many variables in a negotiation between doing your homework and knowing your side, but you also have to understand your counterpart side, what their interests are. One of the courses when I was being trained in this, I was taught very early on that the secret to making it work for you is to make certain that it works for them. And if you can get everybody on the same page and kind of find common themes and things that you have working together with the other side, it makes it a lot easier. But unfortunately, so many people tend to take more of a positional, this is what I want, and cross their arms and just refuse to budge. And that's not very helpful, and that's not good negotiating.
Is negotiating and compromise, is that synonymous? Give me the difference.
I don't know that there's a difference, but I think in a good negotiation, there has to be compromise. Nobody's going to walk away with every single thing that they wanted to get. The only way that happens is if the other side doesn't get anything that they want. So when we teach collaborative or principled negotiation, the concept and the idea is to work together with the other side, that things that can benefit me can benefit you, and you're working together, especially in a business context. Because I don't know that I would want to enter into a contractual obligation with somebody else if they weren't willing to work with me and, put together a good plan and a good agreement that works for everybody as best as it can work for everybody. If someone's just looking to gain for themselves at my expense, I don't want to do business with that kind of person. That's not going to be good for me in the long run.
Yeah, that's a good point, John. I appreciate that. So Thursday afternoon, November 21st, from 1 to 4 at the Fogelman College there on campus, you're going to be teaching this executive session, this executive education programming. Is this just for students? Is it open to the public?
Oh, no.
How's it going to work?
Absolutely open to the public. If people would go into like Google and just do a search for Memphis Executive Training, or FCBE, Fogelman College of Business and Economics, negotiation, it will take them to the webpage for our executive training series. And from there, they can click on leadership, emerging leaders. That will take them to the course. And the course is titled Negotiation 101, Negotiation for Business. And there's a link right there they can click to register for the program. It is wide open. We encourage large business, small business, anybody that thinks they could be better at negotiating. Anybody that has to negotiate at their work, whether it's working with vendors, putting out disputes and conflicts internally, any type of negotiating that they feel they have to do and they want to be better at doing it, this is for them.
Okay, well, listen, John Cicala, we appreciate your time here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thank you so much for taking a minute, and we look forward to hearing more and more about the School of Business there and this art of negotiating, this amazing powerhouse program that is not only for students, but for the entire Mid-South. We appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
Appreciate Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Let's talk about the HIV epidemic for a minute. Even though it may seem like HIV is a thing of the past, it still is very much a serious health crisis with tens of thousands of new HIV cases in the U.S. each and every year. Let's talk about this issue, preventative steps, as well with the Chief Scientific Officer, Head of Research and Development at ViiV Healthcare, Dr. Kimberly Smith. So, Dr. Smith, what is the current status of the HIV epidemic in the U.S.? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, thank you for having me. So, as you've said, a lot of people think HIV is a thing of the past, but that is very much not the case. There are 1.2 million people living with HIV in the United States, and there are roughly 32,000 new cases every year. Even in the Memphis area, there's roughly, in 2021, there are roughly 7,000 people who are living with HIV, and about 350 new cases in 2021. And so this is a significant issue that people need to be aware of.
What about some of the ways that people can prevent HIV?
Well, what we've known for a long time is that you can reduce the likelihood of acquiring HIV with safer sex and condoms, but that just hasn't been enough. Despite that, knowing that for decades, there's still new cases. And so now we know that there's something called PrEP, or pre-exposure prophylaxis, and there's several options for that. And so you can take a pill every day, and that's effective. However, my company, ViiV Healthcare, created a medicine called Apretude, and it is what we call a long-acting prevention agent. And so you take one injection every 2 months, and it significantly reduces the likelihood that a person would acquire HIV. And so these options are really important so that folks can reach out to their healthcare providers or any healthcare provider to find out more information about PrEP. And if they want to go and find information specifically about Apretude, that long-acting HIV prevention medicine, you can go to apretude.com. That's APRETUDE.com for more information.
I was going to say, Dr. Smith, is there any new research or data, any updates in this space?
Absolutely. Well, we first got FDA approval for this medicine in 2021, but since then we continue to do research. And just in the last couple of months, we've shared data at recent medical conferences that have talked about the effectiveness of this medicine in the real world and shown the effectiveness to be as much as 99%. And so it's something that we're constantly developing more information to keep individuals informed about PrEP options and how effective they can be.
What's the most important takeaway for some of our audience? We have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the digital desk. Where can they learn more, and what's the important message that you would like to give them?
So I think the important message is that HIV is still an issue that people need to be aware of, that it's wherever you are in the country, HIV is present, and you can prevent HIV with options that are available to you today. And so one of those options is a long-acting medicine called Apretude. For more information about that medicine, you can go to apretude.com. And, people can talk to healthcare providers about PrEP options to know more about their own HIV status and about options to reduce HIV risk.
All right, Dr. Kimberly Smith, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you for a very informative interview with regards to the HIV epidemic. We appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Let's talk a little bit about what to know when it comes to liver cancer. I'm joined right now by Rachna Shroff. She is a MD, a doctor, and at the University of Arizona Department of Medicine, joining us on the digital desk. So where do we begin when it comes to awareness for liver cancer? Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, liver cancer is the 6th most common cause of cancer and a leading cause of cancer death worldwide. The most common form of it is hepatocellular carcinoma, and we know it's one of the fastest rising in terms of incidence globally. And unfortunately, because it doesn't produce a lot of specific symptoms, up to 70% of patients by the time they're diagnosed have what we call advanced liver cancer, which means they can't undergo a surgery to cure them, unfortunately.
So how do we find liver cancer earlier? It seems like with all cancers, doctor, the earlier you find it, the better. But then there's some cancers like pancreatic and I guess in some cases liver cancer where you find it and it's almost too late, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, we do have, over half of patients diagnosed at advanced stages. And with 41,000 people diagnosed every year, it's important to partner with AstraZeneca and be able to raise awareness around, like you mentioned, how do you find it earlier? We know that the risk factors for developing liver cancer include underlying cirrhosis or inflammation of the liver, and that can come from alcohol use, metabolic syndrome that leads to fatty liver disease, hepatitis infections. And so those people who have those types of histories should be and could be followed earlier. We don't have an obvious screening tool like a colonoscopy, but they can at least be followed with imaging.
Can you go through maybe some of the signs and symptoms for our audience out there? We have thousands of people watching on the digital desk.
Yeah, there's vague kind of non-specific symptoms, things like abdominal pain, weight loss, fatigue. Any of those things should kind of make you seek out medical attention, as well as jaundice, where your eyes or skin turn yellow, or you have darkening of your urine. Those types of things should really merit evaluation of your underlying liver function and then can lead to imaging and other potential diagnoses.
A lot of people think when they say liver cancer, they think there may be a drinking issue. What are some stigmas that people face and have to overcome?
Yeah, I think we're working really hard to erase those stigmas. Absolutely, excessive alcohol use and hepatitis infections from historically things like IV drug use can lead to cirrhosis. But actually what we're seeing more and more now is a shift more towards that fatty liver disease from metabolic syndrome and lifestyle types of choices that can lead to cirrhosis and then liver cancer. So we're seeing more and more of those types of lifestyle related factors as opposed to things like alcohol. But regardless, it shouldn't be about the stigma because we now have options for treatment. And so we want to be able to diagnose people earlier so that we can get them started on these treatment options.
Let's talk about those treatment options because you mentioned there's several different kinds.
Yeah, we now know that immunotherapy is a viable treatment option for liver cancer. And what that means is training your body's own immune cells to activate and hunt and kill cancer cells. And in fact, in 2022, we had an FDA approval with Imfinzi and Imjudo, which is an immunotherapy combination. And that was based on a large phase 3 trial called the Himalaya trial. And in this large trial, what we found is that this combination of immunotherapy can reduce the risk of death from liver cancer by 22%. And then we just had more long-term follow-up data come out in September of this year. And what was so exciting to see is that with this combination, 20% of patients were still alive at 5 years with this treatment, compared to, say, 9% in the people who had the standard treatment options. And even more impressively, yes, all medications, there's risks of side effects and toxicities. But even with this immunotherapy combination, it's important to look for those new symptoms and side effects and talk with your doctor if you develop any of them. But in general, it was a really well-tolerated treatment option for patients.
That sounds great. New treatments always are a benefit to the patient. Anything else about needs for the patient population when it comes to liver cancer?
Well, I think the most important thing to recognize is that this is a time for optimism and hope. Patients are living longer than we've ever seen before with liver cancer, and their quality of life, they're having meaningful quality of life because it's such a well-tolerated treatment option. But, talking with your doctor, being in close contact with the medical professionals so that we can manage the disease as well as any symptoms that come from treatment is important. And patients can inform themselves using online resources like imfinzi.com, imfinzi.com, which has a wealth of resources about liver cancer, treatment, side effect management, et cetera.
That sounds like a great place to wrap up this interview. We appreciate it, Doctor. Thanks so much for the information. A lot there where people can go and find online. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thanks very much.
Haywood here at the Kroger location in Arlington, Tennessee, the new Kroger location. Listen, it's still time for you to come on out. Those boxes are empty right now, but listen, we still have time for you to come on out and drop off any donations. I'm not sure right now if they're taking any clothing donations, but any food donations, non-perishables, please bring them. Right now I have Miss Nicole with me with the Mid-South Food Bank. Tell me, why are partnerships like this so important?
Partnerships like this are so important because it's really easy for us to get food and money into our warehouse and get it right back out. With Kroger, of course, we have an amazing partnership with them. Not only do they provide funds, they also provide food through their sustainability program that we have through them, and partnerships with WMC. Those funds coming in, $1 equals 4 meals. We're able to stretch your dollar like nobody's business and make those purchases to get them right back out.
What do partnerships like this mean for the organizations involved as well as the community?
So for our partner agencies, we have over 200 of those. They're able to come into our warehouse, maybe shop or shop for pallets or whatever it is they need to do those mobile distributions or those brick and mortar pantries. So that's kind of what it means to us. And of course, for the community, they're able to get free food. So of course, when you go through those mobile pantries or those brick and mortar pantries, we do not require any cost. All you have to do is sign a form and we'll give you about 40 pounds of food for your family.
Last question, how can someone give after the holidays?
Of course, our website, midsouthfoodbank.org. You can go on there and click donate. Again, $1 equals 4 meals. I cannot say that enough, but we also rely a lot on our volunteers to come into the warehouse and pack a lot of those food donations that we get, sort and pack. And of course, everyone has a really good time. So of course, midsouthfoodbank.org is where you can go.
Nicole, thank you so much for joining us. And again, if you're watching, you have all day long to come drop off your food donations. Again, Tavarius Haywood, Action News 5.
Taylor, good morning. We're here at Kroger off Union Avenue. Folks are already going inside getting their essentials, and this is somewhere where you can stop and make a donation to the Action News 5 food drive. We are, of course, partnering again this year with Kroger and the Mid-South Food Bank, and the goal is really to help families in need all across the Mid-South. Now, an unfortunate fact is that about a third of all households across the Mid-South, they deal with food insecurity, so that means they don't know where their next meal is coming from, and that is why this food drive is so important, especially this holiday season. So some things you'll want to know about the Mid-South Food Bank: they give out 4 million meals a month to 31 counties all across our area. They store all of that in a 200,000 square foot facility, helping distribute the food to families who need it really across all the cities in the Mid-South. They don't do this alone, though. There is help with hundreds of community partners. They are able to make this happen. And the agencies, they offer more than food. You know, we heard from organizers and leaders with the Mid-South Food Bank earlier this morning, and they talked about having clothing closets to help people with essentials that they may need, as well as diapers for children, diapers for senior citizens. There's also the feminine hygiene products they provide, really any other assistance that folks might need, including bills. So any donation that you make, especially a monetary donation, it is going to help people in this community. They're a major resource right here across the Mid-South. So what can you do? How can you help today? So stop by any Kroger location across the Mid-South, make a monetary donation. We say this all the time, but $1 can really distribute 4 meals. So that money stretches, so no amount that you donate is too small. If you can't come to a Kroger location, we make it easy for you. There's a QR code on our website. You can use that, actionnews5.com, and give back in any way. And our goal is to truly impact lives all across the Mid-South this holiday season. I'm here in Midtown. Sydney Gray, back to you.
Alrighty, the time now is 10:54. That wraps it up for us here at the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Join us again Monday. We go every weekday, Monday to Friday from 7 to 11. Andrew Douglas will kick things off Monday. We'll see you then. Enjoy your day. Ariana Poindexter is coming up next for Action News 5 Midday.